JavaScript gives us specific capabilities to perform any website-related task, including designing the front end and working on the back end. This is just one of the numerous factors contributing to JavaScript's appeal in 2022. On the other hand, jQuery is a standalone JavaScript library that adds additional features and functionality to the built-in objects that Java offers. Hello everyone and welcome to SimpliCode's YouTube channel. Today, we'll take you through JavaScript and jQuery website projects. This video tutorial will help you understand how jQuery and JavaScript are used to create interactive websites. But before we begin, let me tell you guys that we have regular updates on multiple programming videos. So if you are a programmer and if you want to learn something new, then consider getting subscribed to our YouTube channel and press that bell icon to never miss any updates from SimpliCode. Now let's go through the agenda for today's video. The two projects we'll cover in this video are based on two websites. We'll start this video by creating an e-commerce website with the help of JavaScript, and then we'll create a movie downloading website with the help of jQuery. By the end of this tutorial, you guys will get enough knowledge to understand the differences and pros of both JavaScript and jQuery. I hope I have made myself clear with the plan. So without any further ado, let's get started with our projects. Over to our training experts. Let's start this session by taking an overview of our website. So let me zoom it. So this is the website we are going to create in today's video. Here you can see we have an HTML web page with a navigation bar to take the user to different sections of our website. I hope you already know that we have to create several web pages for a single website to make it a fully functional website. We have to create these pages separately in different HTML documents, and then we have to provide the links to this particular home page for directing the user to various locations of our website. If you see here in the navigation bar, we have several options starting with our company's logo. So Comfort Learning is the company's logo. Here we have an icon of the book to let the user know that this website is for learning. So we'll see further in this video how we can use these logos and all. Then we have links for several other web pages of our website that are not working because we haven't added these web pages till now. The reason for this is we don't want to make this project a long one. We want to finish it quickly and we want to give you guys a basic idea of how to use JavaScript and other technologies to create a fully functional website. Next up, we have a cart button over here. On clicking, it opens the cart with items present inside it, and the user can either clear the whole cart or proceed further to buy all the things they need. Right. Following this cart button, we have a background image over here with a cart present over the image. The cart says find your favorite course here. Now, you guys might have guessed that this website is for buying courses and the user can buy some courses here which they want to study. This Shop Now button is completely working, and if we click on it, it will take us to the courses catalog where we have several courses present to choose from. We have 8 different courses present here. You can add as many courses as you want or as many products as you want. So we can add any of them to the cart. On taking the mouse cursor over any image, you can see it gives us an option to add that particular product to the cart, right? If we click on this add to cart button, you can see it says in cart. It means that we can't add any specific course to the cart more than once. We can later change the number of items in the cart, but we can add a course only once from here. Let's add some courses to the cart and then we'll see if it's working or not. So we'll add few courses. We'll add this one. So it says this course is already present in cart. Similarly, this course is also present and we can add this course. Now we'll move to the cart. We will click on this cart button and you can see we have all the courses present over here. Now, if you notice here, we have these small arrows present, right? We can click on these arrows to change the number of items. We can either increase the number of items or we can decrease the number of items as well. Then we have a remove button over here, and if we click on this remove button, you can see the course is removed now. We can remove any number of courses we want, and we can also increase the number of products in our cart. Following it, we have two options over here. Either we can clear the whole cart or we can proceed. If we click on this clear cart button, there will be no course present in the cart and the total price will change to 0 in that case. Fine. So I hope you guys must have known the task by now. It's clear and seems effortless, right? But these small things take a lot of precise coding and attention to work smoothly. So let me show you guys one more thing before we move on to the coding part. If we reduce the size of a web page, or we can say if we remove the size of a browser, you can see the size of website also changes. If we make the browser similar to a phone, you can see we have got a menu type of thing over here, and if we click on this, we are getting the options here. We have home, categories, pricing and about us, right? So these were the options present in the navigation bar. We can get them inside a particular menu using CSS. We'll see how it actually works. So a website is responsive, right? We'll do it with the help of CSS. So let's move on to the programming part now. So here we are in the VS Code. We have all the images already present inside the images folder in our system. So if you want to see, you can see here we have all the images present over here, and we have 4 different files. We have app.js, we have index.html, products.json to add products, and we have style.css to style all the elements. Fine, here we are in the HTML file. Some of you guys may think that HTML, CSS and JavaScript were fine, but what's up with the JSON thing? We haven't heard of it in the previous videos. So let me tell you guys, JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. Just like we create objects in JavaScript, JSON is also used to create objects like name value pairs, and later we can use these objects to retrieve that data in a HTML file. In simple words, to add an item to a cart, we need to store it somewhere to get that data related to the object. And then we can add those items to our cart. So JSON is used to transmit the data between a server and a web application. We need to store our products somewhere so that we can use them when added to cart. So you'll get to know more about it while working on it basically. So for now, if you know enough about JavaScript objects, then JSON will be easy for you guys because the syntax remains almost similar in both the cases, that is in JavaScript and in JSON. So let's start writing the code now. Here we are in a HTML file and we have already linked all the files over here. You can see here we have used Font Awesome library for icons we'll use on our website. You have seen that book icon we have used in our logo part and several other icons like the cart icon, etc. So we'll include those predefined icons in a HTML file using this particular library. To include this specific library, you don't have to do much of a task. Go to Google, search cdnjs.com/libraries/fontawesome. Go to Google and search for this and then select version 4.7.0 under the version option. Copy the third URL with min.css as extension and paste it into your HTML file. As simple as that. I'll let you know about the classes we'll use while working on the website. Now let's start with the programming part. The first thing we have on our website is the navigation bar, right? Let me show it to you again. So here you can see we have a navigation bar. We'll first work on this one only. So let's start writing the code. So this is the output of our current website. So what we'll do is we'll minimize the browser and we'll start writing the code here only. So what we'll do is we'll write here nav class is equals to navbar. Then inside this we'll write div class is equals to burger, and inside this we'll write 3 div tags. Fine, we'll write here div class is equals to layer 1. We'll close this div, we'll copy it from here and we'll paste it again 3 times. Fine. We'll write here layer 2 and layer 3 is class. Then after this particular div tag, we'll add another div tag with class as logo. Then inside this we'll use the span tag. We'll write here span class is equals to logo text, and then we'll write here I will use the I tag to make it a little bit italic. So we'll use the class as book. Fine. We'll write here style is equals to margin right. We'll write here margin right as 0.1 em. Then we'll write here, similarly we will close this. Fine. Now we have added the book icon to our website. Then what we'll do is we'll write here again span. We'll use the span tag within this span tag. We'll write here style is equals to color, and the color code is hash F095D1. So these are the color codes for this particular website. We'll use them. We have written here F09D51. Fine. Then what we'll do is we'll write here font size as 1.1 em, and what we'll do next is we'll write here, before the span tag closes, we'll write here learning. Fine. Okay. So what we did wrong here is we forgot to mention comfort here. Now we are done with the logo part. Next up what we'll do is we'll write here div class is equals to menu bar. We are working on the menu bar for the hamburger menu. So what we'll do is we'll write here UL. So UL stand for unordered list. We'll write here class is list, and inside this we'll use li tag. So we'll write here class as, let's say, list items. We'll write here a href is equals to hash, and here what we'll do is we'll write here home. Fine. We'll copy this piece of code. We'll paste it again 3 or 4 times. We have 4 different options. We have home, we have courses, and then we have pricings, and finally we have about us. Fine. So we are done with menu as well. Next up what we'll do is we'll write the code for cart now. So we'll write here div class is equals to cart, and inside this we'll write I class is equals to far shopping cart for 1x. So here we have used this special class to include the cart icon to a web page. Now next up what we'll do is we'll write here div class is equals to number of items, and then we'll write here span class is equals to, let's say, noi. Now what we'll do is we'll write here 0 inside this. Fine. I hope you guys understood what we did till now. We are working on the navigation bar only. We have created the navigation bar. So this is the code. Firstly, we have used a class navbar for this particular navigation bar. Then we have used the div tag for burger menu. We have 3 different layers, layer 1, layer 2 and layer 3. So this is actually the icon of burger menu. You can see here if we reduce the size of our website. So we have defined this burger menu, and inside this we have 4 other options which we defined later here inside the menu bar, and we have 4 options, right? We have home, courses, pricings and about us. So we are doing totally right. So till now we did some basic tasks here, right? We have added all the navigation bar elements, and the next thing we have to do is to style our navigation bar according to the final website. It's pretty simple. Let's do one thing. Let's save it once and check the output now. Let's see if it's working. So it's totally working. We have a book icon over here. We have comfort learning written over here. We have cart icon over here, and we have 0 written over here. Fine. Now we have to style those elements accordingly to make it look like this. So we are making this navigation bar. So what we'll do is we'll move to our CSS file and we'll start styling by doing some default style changes to the entire HTML document. We'll write here star, margin will be 0, the default margin will be 0, padding will be 0, then we have box sizing, we'll write here border box, and font size will be 20 pixels for default. Fine. Next up, we'll write here HTML. We'll now style the HTML document. We'll write here scroll behavior as smooth, and we'll write here anchor tag. We'll write here text decoration, and we'll write here text decoration as none, and then we'll style the unordered list. We'll write here UL. We'll write here list style as none. Fine. Basic styling is done. Let's do some more for the navigation bar as well. What we'll do is we'll write here dot navbar. This is the first class we have used in a HTML page. We'll write here display as flex. Then we'll write here justify content as space between, align items as center, height as 10vh. So 10vh refers to the viewport height. It will take 10% of the total height of the screen. Then we have background color as hash EC. So a little bit of grayish white we can say. Then next thing we'll do is we'll style a logo. We'll write here logo, and inside this we'll write padding. We'll write here padding left, and the padding left will be 2em. Next up, we'll write here logo text. So this is the next class. We'll write here font size as 1.5em. Now the next class we have to use is the menu bar class. So we'll write here width as 45% and margin left as 8.5em. Fine. I'll let you know what this M means in a moment. So first we'll do this styling and all. Next up we'll write here dot list. We'll access the list and we'll write here inside this display as flex and justify content as space between. Fine. Next up we have the list items. So we'll write here list items, and we'll of course write here A as well. We'll write here color, and the color will be, let's say, black. Next up what we'll do is we'll write here font family as sans serif, font size as 0.9em. So you must have noticed earlier that the default font size was 20 pixels. So keep that in mind. I'll let you know the use of M in a moment. Next up we'll write here transition as 0.4 seconds, and we are good to go with it. Next up we'll write here list items, and we'll write here hover. Fine. Then we'll write here color as black. On hovering, the color of the list items will change to black. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll write here cart padding right will be 2em, and position will be relative. Fine. We are done with the cart. Next up, we'll write here cart number of items. Fine. We'll write here display is flex, cursor is pointer. We are styling two different classes here. We are styling the element with class as cart and the element with class as number of items. Fine. We'll write here justify contents to center, align items to center. We'll write here color is white, position will be absolute, and then we'll write here left is 18 pixels and right as we'll write here left as 18 pixels and top as -7 pixels. Next up, we'll write background. So the background color will be hash F09D51. So this will be the background color. We'll define the height and width as well. So height will be 20 pixels and the width will also be 20 pixels. Fine. The last thing we have to write here is the border radius. So keep one thing in mind, guys, while you are styling all these elements, do check the website after every styling event, because this will let you know what this particular event does or what this particular styling property does to that particular element. So do it when you are writing this code. Next up, we'll write here dot number of items space dot noi. So noi was the class we have already declared. We'll write here font size is 0.7em. The next class we'll be styling is the shopping cart. So we'll style this icon as well. We'll write here font size is 1.5em. The font size will be equal to around 30 pixels. Then we'll write here cursor is pointer. Then we'll write here burger. We'll style the menu as well. We'll write here height. Height will be 28 pixels. Width will be 32 pixels. And then we'll write here display is none. Then we'll style the layers as well. We'll write here dot layer 1, dot layer 2 and dot layer 3. Now inside this we'll write background as black, height as 4 pixel, margin top is 4 pixel, width as 100%, and we'll write here border radius as 10 pixels. Fine. You have seen that hamburger menu, you have seen that icon, we were styling that till now. Now you might have noticed here that we have used m here in this CSS file. So I'm talking about this particular m, or we can say em as well. Until now we were using rem or pixel to define the size of anything while studying, but today we are using m because m uses the font size. For example, if the font size is 30 for the parent class, in this case the font size is 20, the default font size is 20, and the padding is defined as 2em, then the padding will be 40 in that case. It uses the font size to determine the size of the property. That's why we are using M, and if you try it yourself you'll get to know better. So just try using M, and you can also use rem or pixel in this case, but for now we'll use M. So this might be a little bit new for you guys, but try it and you'll understand it much better. Now save the CSS file, move back to the browser, and you can see here that we have a navigation bar ready. Right, it's looking fine, although the icons are not visible. The book icon and the cart icon is not visible. So let's go back and see what's wrong in this CSS file. What we'll do is we'll move to HTML file and we'll see if something is wrong here or not. So nothing is wrong in this case. The error is because we are not connected to internet. So if this error continues, just try to connect your laptop or your PC to the internet and the icons thing will work fine. So you can see here we have our icons over here. We have the book icon, we have the cart icon, and what we have to do is we have to increase the size of this logo and text a little bit, right? So here you can see the Comfort Learning is a little bit small when compared to this particular website. So what we'll do is we'll move to a CSS file and we'll write here, instead of 1.5 rem, we'll write here 2m. Fine. Save it. And here you can see it's looking fine now. Actually it's equal. The difference is because of this scroll bar. We don't have this scroll bar in our website until now. So this is why it looks a little bit different to you guys. It's working totally fine other than that. So let's move on to the next part. And the next part of our website is the background image with the card present on it, right? So let's write the code for this section as well. What we'll do is we'll move to our HTML file, and right here we'll write section class is equals to section1. So we are using the section tag to define a particular section in the web page. Now we'll write here div class is equals to banner, and here we'll write inside h1 tag find your favorite courses or course here. Then inside this what we'll do is we'll write here a href is equals to products. So the products file will be using JSON for this, so leave it for now. We'll write here shop now. So shop now is actually not a button. What we'll do is we'll use a link and we'll define it later. So let's save it and move to the browser. Open this website and you can see here it says find your favorite course here, and it says shop now. It's not inside the banner because we need to style this particular section to make it look like a website. So let's do the styling part as well, and then we'll talk about it. So we'll move to the CSS file now, and here what we'll do, we'll write here dot section1 height. We'll use the calc function and we'll write here 100 vh minus 10 vh. So what we are doing is we are reducing the navigation bar's height. We are reducing 10 viewport height from 100 viewport height. It means that from the whole screen area it will reduce 10 vh and give it to that particular image. Fine. So next up we'll write here width as 100%. We wanted to cover the whole home page, so that's why we are using width as 100%. Background, so we'll add the background image. We'll write here URL, and inside this we'll give the path of our image. We'll write here images back1.png, and we'll write here center center cover. Fine. Let's do some more things. We'll write here top as 0, left is 0, z index as -1. Fine. Save it now, move to the browser and see if it's working. So here we are. We have our image over here, but this banner is not here till now. We'll style it. So you can see the images over here. And one more thing guys, we have 3 images over here inside a images folder. I'll let you see all of them. So here are the images and this is the third one. Okay, so this is the third one. So I was not sure which one to use, but if you guys liked any of these images, do let us know in the comments below and we'll use that particular image. For now, we'll use my personal favorite image. We'll use back1.png, save it now. And this is the image we are going to use in this particular video. So let me know if you have any other preference or if you know any other image, we'll use that as well. Then we'll write here section 1 and we'll style the banner as well. For that we'll write here banner, height is going to be 170 pixels, width is going to be 600 pixels, background is going to be a little bit grayish. So we'll write here RGBA 255, 255, 255, 0.7. So this is the particular RGBA value. And next up, we'll write here position as relative, top as 50%, left as 50% of the image. We want the banner to be present at the center of the image, right? So next up we'll write here transform, translate, and inside it we'll write -50% to -50%. Next up we'll write here display as flex, justify content as space around, and flex direction as column, text align as center, and then we have align items as center. Font family is going to be sans serif again, and we'll define the z index as well. So the z index is going to be 8 in this case. Fine. Next up, we'll inside the h1 tag inside the banner. So we'll write here banner h1, and inside this we'll define the font size as 2em. Now we need to define the link for shop now. So for that we'll write here display as flex, justify content as center, padding is going to be 1em, space 2.5em. Next up we'll write here font size as 0.8em. So this is the font size for the shop now button, which looks like a button but it is actually a link. So what we'll do is we'll define the color of this button as white, and here the background color is going to be hash F90D51. Let's use this color and we'll write here transition all at 0.3 second. Now save it once, move to the browser, and you can see it looks fine though. The only thing that is different here in this website is the color of this link, right? Or is the color of the shop now button. So we can change the color here. The color is sky blue. So let's try to do it. So here you can see the color seems a little bit different now. I don't know the actual value of this color. That's why I'm not sure about it. So what we'll do is we'll make it a little more bright. What's that? Save it now. And you can see it looks same now. So this was the color. We found that. Now we have to change the color of this button on hovering over it. So what we'll do is we'll write here dot banner a hover. So the background we are going to change. We'll write here hash D476E1. Okay, 1E. The color codes are pretty hard to remember, so we are not using this particular color, so we'll change it to a little bit blue. Save it now, move to the browser, and you can see it looks nice, right? And the actual website, it's a little bit dull, but in our website it looks nice, right? It's a little bit dark than the original color. So that's fine, you can change the color according to you. So you have seen that this part is also done. It looks nice, right? Till now, the task we did was quite easy. The next thing we have to do is to add products to our website, which are the courses. We'll add those images to our website using JSON only. So let's do the HTML part first. Let's finish up the HTML part and then we'll move on to the JSON part. So we'll move to the HTML file again, and inside this, now what we'll do is we'll define the section for products. So we'll write here section class is equals to section 2 and ID is equals to products. Fine, we'll use both the class and the ID attribute for this particular section. We'll write here div class is equals to title, and here what we'll do is we'll write here h1, and inside this we'll write courses we offer. Here we'll again add another div, and inside this we'll write class is product. Close this div tag, save it, and there will be no difference on the web page. You can see here we have some text present at the bottom which says courses we offer, nothing else. Let's add those images now. What we'll do is we'll move to the JSON file and we'll add those images with some properties and pictures. So let's move on to the JSON file. So here's a JSON file, products.json. What we'll do is we'll create an object here. So we'll write here items and then we'll use square brackets. Now one thing to notice while working on any JSON file is that JSON doesn't let us use single inverted commas, or we have to use double inverted commas for JSON file. So if we write here items like this, it won't work. See, it says this is an error. So in JSON file we have to use double inverted comma or double quotes, not single quotes. So now inside the items, what we'll do is we'll create the object for first image. So we'll write here sys and Then we'll write here ID. So ID will be 1. We have to use commas to separate the properties. So now we'll write here fields colon, and inside this we have to use title. So the title for first course will be Python Programming Master Course. Fine. Now next thing we'll do is we'll write here the price. The price will be, let's say, $123.99, and then we'll write here image. So inside this we'll define several properties for the particular image. We'll write fields and we'll use colon, then again we'll use curly braces. We'll write here file colon, then again we'll use curly braces. We'll write here URL. So you can see it just says there's an error, so we have to remove this curly braces from here and we have to put it here. Now inside URL, what we'll do is we'll give the name of our file. So our file is stored in images folder, and the file name is, and the picture name is python.png. Fine. So it is working fine. Now what we have to do is we have to put a comma here to again insert one more image property. So we'll copy it from here, we'll paste it for 8 times. Then what we are going to do here now is we are going to change the ID, the title of the course. So the second course is C++ Master Course, and the price for this is, let's say, $110.99. We have to change the path as well. This image is stored as c++.png. For the third one, we'll write here ID as 3. The title is going to be Web Development for Beginners. The price is, let's say, 99, because this is a course for beginners, and the file name is, instead of Python, we'll write here web1.png. We'll do the same for all the elements. So next up we'll use ID as 4 and title as Java Programming Master Course. Fine. The price for this course is going to be $149.99, and the file name is java.png. Fine. Next up we'll write here ID is 5. The title is going to be Digital Marketing Full Course. The price is going to be $109.99, and the name of our image is digital.png. Then we have ID as 6 for another course. This course is going to be Advanced Web Development, and the price is going to be comparatively high because this is an advanced course. So instead of Python, we'll write here Web2 because this is the name of our image. Then we have ID as 7, and the file name is going to be Data Structures and Algorithms Full Course. Prices you can decide by yourself. So instead of 123, we'll use 99.99 here, and inside this we'll write data.png. This is our file name. Then we have the ID as 8 for the last course. The course name is Data Science Full Course. The price is going to be 149 and image name is data2. Fine. So here you can see it says there is an error, remove this comma because we don't have any other image remaining. So we are done with the JSON file. All of this may sound a little bit tricky to you guys, but it is what it is, and we have to keep certain things in mind for that. We can't see these products in the browser until we are done with the JavaScript part as well. So let's do the rest of the HTML part first, and then we'll see how this works in JavaScript. Save it once, go to the browser, and here you can see we are not able to see those products till now. So what we are going to do next is we are going to move to a HTML file, and inside this we are going to do the remaining of our HTML part. So what we'll do is we'll write here div class is equal to cart sidebar. Now we are creating the structure for our cart sidebar. It means that when we use the hamburger menu or when we decrease the size of a web page or web browser, the cart will open at the side. So we are doing the coding for that. We'll write inside this div class is equals to cart, and inside here we'll write span class is equals to close cart. Now inside this we'll add an icon. We'll write here I class is equals far times, and we are done with it. Now next up what we are going to do is we are going to write the code inside of our cart. We are going to write here h2. It will say your cart, and inside this we'll write div class is equals to cart content. Next up we'll write here div class is equals to total sum, and we are going to use dollars, right? So we'll write here h1, we'll write here your total, and we'll use the dollar sign here. After this we'll write span class is equals to total amount. Let's say we are going to change the class name, it will be total amount. We'll close this here, and inside this we'll write 0 because at the start there will be no element or no product present in the cart, so the total price will be 0 at the initial point. So that's why we have written 0 here. Now we are going to write here div class is equals to clear cart, and inside this we are going to create a button. So the button class will be btn clear cart btn. So this is going to be a class, and here what we'll do is we'll write here clear cart. Fine. We are going to do the same for proceed button as well. So we'll write here div class is equals to clear cart. We are going to use the same class for both the buttons because I'll let you know why we are doing this at the end of this project. Now we'll write here button class is equals to button clear cart button. Fine. We'll write here proceed. We are done with the cart function. Now what we are going to do is we are going to write some code for the menu bar, side menu bar. So we'll write here div class is equals to, let's say, menu sidebar. Inside this we'll write div class is equals to close menu, and we'll write here I class is equals to far times, and we'll close this I tag over here. Next up, we'll write here after this class, we'll write div class is equals to menu. Let's say this name is menu bar, and inside this we'll write here an ordered list. Class will be menu list. We'll write here li class is equals to menu list items, and we'll write here a href is equals to hash. We'll write here home, and we are good to go. Fine. We'll do the same for categories, pricings, and about us. So we'll copy this statement, we'll paste it for 4 times. Here we'll write, instead of home, categories, pricings, and about us. Fine. So we are done with the whole HTML part now, and we are left with CSS and JavaScript only. Let's do that as well. Let's move on to the CSS part first and do the rest of the styling except for the products. We'll do it for products at the last. So let's move on to the CSS file first, and what we'll do is, so that it will not create any confusion, we'll write here menu bar, because we have to write the code here between this banner style property and this menu bar for the products section. So that's why we'll start writing the code from here, and later we'll add a code here in between. So we'll write here dot menu sidebar, display will be none, and then we'll write here dot cart sidebar, background is going to be hash ec, so a little bit grayish white we can say. We'll write here position as fixed, right as 0, and top as 0. So these are the properties we are defining in our CSS part. Then we'll write here width as 450 pixels and height as 100 viewport height. Fine. We'll define the z index as well. We'll write here z index as 10, transition is all at 0.3 seconds, and the transition will be linear. Fine. Next up, we'll write here transform, and inside transform we'll write here translate x. Fine. So inside here we'll write 100%. It will go along with the x-axis, that's why we have written it over here. We'll write here overflow scroll. We are done with it. Next up, we'll write here dot cart sidebar, and we'll write here dot cart as well. So we'll define padding here. We'll write here padding as 0 in both the cases. Next up, we have dot cart and close cart, right? So we'll write here for both of them, we'll write here dot cart space close cart. The font size is going to be 1.3 em. Padding is going to be 1 em, and cursor is going to be pointer. Fine. We'll write here dot far times. Inside this we'll write margin top as 0.5 em, and we'll write here cart h2 is text. Text align will be center for the heading of a cart, which is your cart. So we'll write here width is 100%. Margin bottom is going to be 1 em. And what else we have to do? We have to include the font size as well. So we'll write here font size is 1.1 em, slightly bigger than the default font size. Then we'll write here font family. Let's use only one. Fine. Let's use Verdana only. So we'll write here Verdana, and next up we'll write here dot cart product space dot product dash image space img. Now we are going to write here something. Now we are going to write the code for all the images present inside the cart. So that's why we are writing here width is 130 pixels. Of that particular image, the width is going to be 130 pixels and the height is going to be 90 pixels, let's say. Fine. We are done with this as well. Next up, we'll write here dot cart product content. Fine. Now we'll write here display as flex. Flex direction is column. And we have justify content as space around. And align items at the center. We'll write here margin left as 1 em and height as 80 pixels. Fine. We are done with this as well. We'll write here dot plus dash minus. This is for increasing or decreasing the product number in our carts. Those arrows you must have remembered, which we have seen in the website. Let me show you again. So these are the arrows I'm talking about. Let me add a product. Now go to cart, and these are the arrows I'm talking about right now. So we are going to style those arrows as well. So we'll write here display as flex and transform. We are going to rotate them. So we are going to write here rotate at 90 degree. That will look cool. So we'll write here color is again hash F09D51. So this is the color code for a particular color. We'll write here font size is 1.5 em and we'll write here cursor as pointer. Next up, we are going to do the styling for total sum. So we'll write here total sum text align at the center and margin is going to be 1 em 0 0.5 em and 0 again. So it's for top, bottom, left and right, everyone. So we'll write here next clear cart text align at the center and we'll write here clear cart button. Now for the clear cart button, we'll write here background. So background color is going to be Again, that same one, orange we can say, or little bit of orange as well. I don't know the exact name for that color, but it doesn't matter, right? We can do anything. We can use any color. So the font color is going to be white. The border is going to be 1 pixel solid and white in color for the button, right? If we go back to our website, and you can see here, this is our button. So we are styling this particular button now. Let's go back here and we'll write here padding is 0.5 m and 1.7 m. Fine. Cursor will be pointer, and of course transition is going to be at 0.3 seconds and linear. Fine. Next up, we'll write here clear cart dot button. On hovering over it, what we want is, we'll write here hover and we'll define the property now. So we'll write here border. Okay, we'll write here border. Border is going to be 1 pixel thick, solid in nature, and of this color. So we'll write here D4761E. Fine. On hovering, the color will change, obviously. So we'll write here this. And now what we are going to do is we are going to write here background is transparent and color is black. Fine. Done with this as well. Next up, we'll write here overlay. For overlay, the height is going to be 100 viewport height. The position is going to be fixed. The top is going to be 0. Similarly, the left will also be 0. We'll define the z-index as well. We'll write as z-index as 9 and width as 100%. The background color is going to be hash F3851F. Fine. So this is for overlay. We'll write here opacity as 0.3 and transition is all 0.3 seconds and linear. Fine. So what we are doing is we are writing the code for this. If you open our cart, you can see this particular area or this particular field is a little bit different from what it was. It is a little bit different in color, and the opacity is also different. The opacity is 0.3 here. We can make it fully opaque as well. So for now we'll use 0.3 only. Next up, what we are going to do is we are going to write the property for none. We'll write here none. Display as none. Fine. Now what we are going to do is we are going to write the CSS part for tablets and for mobile screens. So if you remember that if we reduce the size of this Chrome browser, the size of our website also reduces and it becomes like this. So to achieve this, we have to write particular CSS code for tablet and for phone. We have to define the max width and we have to do some more things in there. So what we'll do is we'll write here @media screen and max width is going to be 768 pixels. Fine. Now inside this we'll write dot logo. We'll change the logo as well. We'll write here padding left is 0, and after this we are going to write here dot cart, padding right is 2em. After cart we'll write here dot menu bar. So we are going to change all the properties here, almost all the properties which we'll require. So we'll write here display as none, the menu bar will disappear. We'll write here dot burger, and inside this we'll write margin left. The burger sign will come into existence now. We'll write here 2em for the margin left. For display we'll write here block. Next up we have to do something for section 1 and for product section as well. So we'll write here dot section 1, and we'll write here dot banner h1. So we'll write here font size is 1.5em, and we'll write here dot banner a. We are going to change the size of a shop now button. So we'll write here font size is 0.6em and padding is 1em and 2em. Fine. We are done with this as well. Next up we'll write here dot section 2 dot title, and we'll write here h1. Inside this we'll write font size is 1.5em. So we haven't defined the section 2 and title styling part yet. We'll define it later, but we'll write the code for that as well. Now next up we'll write here menu sidebar. Display is going to be block. Position is going to be fixed. Left is going to be 0, top is going to be 0. So we'll write here left is going to be 0 and top will also be 0. Then we have width is 100%, height is 100 viewport height, and z index is 11. Background is going to be gray again, so we'll write here EC. Then we'll write here overflow is hidden, and transform is translate. So we'll write here -100%, and transition is again same. We'll write here 0.3s and linear. Fine. Next up we'll write here menu as menu bar, and inside here we'll write display is flex, height is 80%, justify content at the center, and we are done. So next up we'll write here menu list. We'll change the style of menu list as well. So we'll write here height is going to be 100%. Then we'll write here display as flex. We are rewriting the code again and again, but each time we are doing it for different class, we are doing it for different element. So keep these things in mind. And we'll write here flex direction as column, align items at the center, and justify content. Justify content as space around. Now it's time to do it for menu sidebar, and for close menu. Both will use the same styling properties. We'll write here position as absolute. Right is going to be 30 pixels. Font size is going to be 1.4 em. And after this we'll write dot menu list items, and we'll write here color is hash F09D51, the default color we are using till now. And lastly we'll write here dot menu dash list items space A on hover. We'll write here color is hash F57B09. Fine. So here's a mistake. We have placed colon here twice. We'll remove it. And now we are done with the tablet part. So we have to change the style of almost all the elements. We are done with the tablet part. Next up we have to write the same code for mobile part as well. And we'll write here @media screen. So we'll write here and max width is going to be 480 pixels. Now what we'll do is we'll write here asterisk font size is going to be 16 pixel. Here we have changed the font size for the whole entire HTML document. We have done it because we have used em in place of rem or pixels in this case or in this video. So that's why we have changed the size here, because we want the screen to be smaller in size, right? If we go back here, you can see the font size is 16 by default, and if we do it, you can see the font size changes for each and every element, right? To achieve this, we have to use em in place of pixel or rem, we can say. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write here dot section 1 dot banner, and we'll write here width as 280 pixels for both, and we'll write here height as 100 pixels. Fine. You can see here the height of this image is 100 pixel, or we can say the height of this banner is 100 pixel and the width is 280 pixels. So this is why we are changing the style of all these elements, because we want all these elements to fit inside a smaller screen. That's why we have to change the height, or we have to change the width as well. Now what we'll do is we'll write here section 1 dot banner. We'll write here h1. Inside this we'll write font size as 1.2 em. Display is going to be, no, we don't have to use display here, I guess. Let's leave it. So we are done with this. Next up we'll write the code for burger. We'll write here burger, margin left is going to be 1 em. For mobile the display is going to be block, and the width is going to be 30 pixel. Fine. We'll do the same for cart sidebar. We'll write here width as 100% of the screen. The cart will take whole screen, and we'll write here at the last for product. So for product we'll write here margin is 0, display is flex, justify content at the center, align items at the center, and flex direction is going to be column. So we have covered almost every HTML element in the CSS file. We are done with the styling for everything except products. We'll style them later. Let's move on to the JavaScript part now and see how we can fetch those products. So we cannot witness every style change right now, but we'll witness them while covering the JavaScript part. So let's move on to the JavaScript part first, and we'll start with the cart section and the hamburger menu thing. So save it, and if you want to witness the changes we made, you can go here and you can see the cart is not opening because we need to write the JavaScript part for that, and everything else remains the same. If we reduce the size of our browser, you can see we have a menu over here. We can increase the size and we have our image adjusting itself accordingly. So we can use it and it's quite responsive as well. Let's move on to the JavaScript part now. We'll open the JavaScript file, and first of all, we'll access all the HTML elements with the query selector method. So we have several HTML elements, right? Here you can see we have several elements present in our HTML file. We are going to access few of these elements. So what we are going to do is we are going to write here const cart is equals to document dot query selector. We are going to write here nav space dot cart. Then we are going to do the same for a long time. So what we are going to do is we are going to copy paste this piece of code again and again for several times. We are going to change the name of variables. So we'll write here cart sidebar, and instead of this we'll write here dot cart sidebar. And the next one we'll write here dot close cart, and here the variable name will change to close cart. Fine. Next up we'll take another variable as burger, and here we'll change the query from nav.cart to .burger. Fine. Next up we have menu sidebar. So we'll write here menu sidebar, and here what we'll do is we'll write here dot menu sidebar. Fine. Next up we have close menu, and here we'll write close menu again. After close menu we have cart items total. So we'll write here cart items total, and we'll use noi. Then we have total amount as well. So we'll write here total amount, and here we'll write cart price total. We have to access a lot of elements. So then we'll write here cart UI, and for this we'll access cart sidebar and cart. So we'll write here dot cart sidebar space cart. Fine. Then we have the total sum. So we'll write here total sum. We'll put a dot over here, and here we'll write total diff. Then we have the clear button. So we'll write here clear button, and here we'll write clear cart button. Then finally we have variable name cart content to access everything present in the cart. So we'll write here dot cart content. Here we'll write cart content. So these are our 12 variables, and we have accessed almost every element present in a HTML file, which we are going to need further. So I hope you guys understood this. We have used the query selector method to access all the HTML elements here in the JavaScript part. Now, next up, we'll take two empty arrays. So we'll write here let cart is equals to an array, and we'll write here let buttons DOM, and it's again going to be an array. Fine. Now we'll first create some events to open and close the cart. For that, we'll write here cart dot add event listener. We'll add a click event here, and we'll write here function. Now inside this we'll write cart sidebar dot style dot transform is equals to translate 0%. Fine. So this is, we are changing the style of cart sidebar. Next up, we'll write here const body overlay. We'll take a variable of named const body overlay. We'll write here document dot create element, and we'll write here div inside this. Fine. Next up, what we'll do is we'll write here body overlay dot class list dot add, and we'll write here overlay. Fine. We'll use the set timeout method, so we'll write here set timeout. Okay, we have written here SST, so we'll write here set timeout. Then we'll create an anonymous function, and inside here what we'll do is we'll write document dot query selector, and inside here we'll write body. Then we'll write here append, and we'll append body overlay here. So we'll write here body overlay. Fine. And the time we'll pass here is going to be 300 milliseconds. We are done with this function. We'll add another event. So what we'll do is we'll write here close cart dot add event listener. Now we are closing the cart, so we'll write here click, then we'll create a function, and we'll write here cart sidebar dot style dot transform, and again we'll translate it to 100%. Previously we did for 0%, and now we'll translate it to 100% again. So we'll write here translate, and we'll pass 100% inside the brackets here. Next up, we'll again use the body overlay variable. So we'll copy this from here and we'll paste it here. We'll of course change the create element value. So instead of create element, we'll write here document dot query selector, and we'll write here dot overlay. Fine. Next up, we'll write here document dot query selector, and we'll write here body dot remove child. We'll remove body overlay from here. So we'll write here body overlay. Fine. We are good to go. Save it now and go to the browser. So here you can see on clicking the cart, our cart is working totally fine now. We are in this particular program. So we are in our website which we are creating right now. This is the original website. This is the final product. So leave it, and we are going to work on our website only. So here you can see our cart is working totally fine. Now We can open or close our cart, and we have two options over here. One is for clearing the entire cart and the other one is for proceeding further. Next up, we'll add some more events for the hamburger menu. Now, how to open or close that menu and all. So for that, we'll move to a JavaScript file again and we'll write here burger dot add event listener, and we'll add a click event. We'll write here click, we'll write here function, and then we'll write here menu sidebar dot style dot transform. And what we are going to do is we are going to translate, again we are going to translate it to 0%. Now the same thing we have to do for this as well. We'll write here burger dot add event listener. Inside here we'll write click, and then we'll write a function which will again do the same task. It will translate to -100%. We'll write here menu sidebar dot style dot transform, and we are again going to translate it to -100% now. Fine. Save it and go to the browser. Now, if we decrease the size of a web page or if we decrease the size of a browser, you can see, okay, let me decrease it first. So you can see the hamburger menu over here, and on clicking it's not working right now. So let's inspect those elements once, and there's no error, but let me check if there's any mistake. Okay, so we have to write here close menu, and now I guess it will work fine. We'll save it again and we'll move to the browser, reduce the size, click on this hamburger menu, and you can see it's working totally fine now. Right. So this part is also done. Now what we have to do next is we have to create a class to get those products from the JSON file. So keep your eyes open now, guys. We'll see how it actually works. So what we are going to do is we are going to create a class named product. So this is our class. We'll write here async. I hope you are already aware of async and await. So we'll write here get product, and this is a function. We'll write here const response is equals to await, and while awaiting it will fetch products.json. Fine. Then we'll create a variable. We'll write here const data is equals to await response.json. Fine. Next up we'll write products is equals to data.items, and we'll write products is equals to products dot map function we are going to use. So we'll write here again item, then we'll use arrow function. We'll write the body of this function here. We'll write here const. Inside this we'll pass title and price of the product, and we'll write here item dot fields. Fine. Similarly, we'll do the same for ID as well. Inside curly braces we'll write ID, and we'll write here item dot sys. Then we'll write here const image. Now we are fetching the image, so we'll write here item dot fields dot image dot fields. We are actually giving the path, right? If you see here in the JSON file, you can see inside items we have sys fields, then inside fields we have title, price, image, and then inside image we have fields, file, and URL. So we'll access each of them. Now we'll write here after fields dot file dot URL, and lastly we'll write here return title, price, ID, and image. Fine. Finally we'll write here after this return products. Cool. Now what we are doing here is we are getting the details of all the products and storing them inside separate objects. So we have all the objects present over here. All those images were actually stored inside the local storage, and now we can fetch them from that particular storage. Now we'll create another class for the user interface of the product. So if you save it now and go to the browser, you will see no difference over here because it's not working as of now. If you go to inspect elements and console, you can see it says length mismatch. It's because of the live server, so there's no error over here. Now we'll create another class for the user interface of the products. We'll add those products to the cart and we can delete them from the cart. We'll do everything inside one single class. So let's do it. What we are going to do is we are going to write here class. Let's say the class name is UI, and we'll write here display products, and we'll write here products. Then we'll write here inside this let result be a variable, and we'll leave it empty over here. Next line we'll use the for each loop. So we'll write here products dot for each, and inside this we'll create an arrow function. So we'll write here const product div, let's say, is a variable, and then we'll write here document dot create element. Again we are going to create an element, so we'll write here div, and after this what we are going to do is we are going to write here product div dot inner HTML is equals to, now the main part starts. So inside these we'll write div class is equals to product card, and then we'll write img, we'll add the image. So here we'll write img src is equals to dollar product dot image. We are going to fetch it, and instead of alt, in place of alt, we'll write alt as product. In the next line we'll use the span tag again. We'll write here span class is equals to add to cart, and we'll then write here data ID is equals to product dot ID. We'll close this tag, we'll close this span tag, we can say, In the next line, we'll use the I tag. We'll write here I class is equals to far cart plus far1x. Now what we are doing is we are going to show the number of items present in our cart over the cart icon. That's why we are doing all this. So here what we'll do is we'll write style is equals to margin dash right. Margin right is going to be 0.1 em and font size is going to be 1 em. Fine. Close this as well, close the I tag as well. And in the next line, right here, add to cart. So the pen tag is finally we are going to close it. Now this is a single tag. I have written it in such a way because I don't want it to create any sort of confusion for you guys. So the pen tag starts from here and goes till here. Now we are remaining with some more part of it. So in the next line, what we are going to do is we are going to write here div class is equals product name, and here we'll write dollar product dot title, and we are going to close this div tag. In the next line, we are going to write div again. Class is going to be product pricing, and inside here we'll write product dot price, and we are going to close this div tag here. Close the first div tag as well, and we are good to go. In the next line, what we are going to do is we are going to write here const p is equals to document dot query selector, and inside this we'll write dot product. We are going to access the element with product as class, or we are going to access the product query. Then we'll write here p dot append equal to product div. What we are doing is any item we are adding to cart is we are going to append that item inside the cart. So that's what we are doing till now. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write here a function get buttons, basically a constructor we can say. We'll write here const buttons. We'll write here const buttons is equal to document dot query selector. We have to write here query selector all, and then we are going to write here inside this dot add to cart. Fine, we have been through all these query selector methods previously, so I don't think that this is going to create any sort of problem for you guys. So let's move ahead and we'll write here array dot from, we'll write here buttons. Then we'll write here buttons dom is equals to buttons. We are going to pass the value of buttons to buttons dom. Then we'll write here buttons dot for each, and inside here we'll write button, and we are going to create an arrow function over here. Here what we'll do is we'll write here let id is equals to button dot dataset dot id. In the next line we'll write let in cart is equals to cart dot find, and we are going to pass item to this function. So we are going to write inside here item, and again an arrow function. We'll write here item dot id triple is equals to id. Fine. We're going to check the condition here. If we'll write here if in cart then we'll write here btn dot inner html is equals to in cart. So what we are doing is, if we have added the product to cart already, then the button will change. As we have seen earlier that on adding the product once to the cart, the button will change to in cart from add to cart. So this is what we are doing here. Next up, we'll write here button dot disabled is equals to true. We are going to disable that button once the product is added to cart. Fine. Next up, we'll write here button dot add event listener, and we are going to create an event. We'll write here click, and we'll write e here, then we'll use the arrow function, and we'll write it here e dot current target dot inner html is equals to in cart. Then we'll write here e dot current target dot inner html. Okay, we'll write here e dot current target dot style dot color is equals to white. E dot current target dot style dot pointer events equals to none, and we are done with it. Next up, we are going to store the products in the cart. So for that, what we are going to do is, we are going to write here let cart item is equals to, so we are going to use a little bit of JSON now. We'll write here dot storage dot get storage products. We'll write here id comma amount, and the amount is going to be 1. We'll write here cart dot push. We are going to push the cart item to the cart. So we'll write here cart item. Then we'll write here storage. We are going to store it inside the cart. So we'll write here storage dot save cart, and we'll pass cart over here. Fine. Now we have to calculate the total, and we have to set the total items as well. So for that, we'll write here this dot set cart values. We'll write here cart, and to display those cart item, we have to write here this dot add cart item, and we have to add that cart item. So we'll write here this dot add cart items item, and we'll pass cart item over here. Fine. We are done with the working of cart as well. Next up, what we are going to do is, we are going to change the total value of cart. We are going to change the value of cart on increasing or decreasing the cart products. So first of all, we have to write here set cart values, and we have to pass cart over here. We have to write here, let's say we have a variable temp total. So this is going to be a temporary variable. We'll write here temp total is equals to 0, and we'll take another variable. For that we'll write here item total. So item total is also going to be 0. Now we'll map this cart. So for that we'll write here cart.map. We'll write here item, we'll use arrow function. So for that we'll write here temp total plus is equals to item dot price into item dot amount. So this is how we are going to get the total amount, and then we'll write here item. Basically we are swapping all of that. So we'll write here item total is equal to item dot amount. We have to add these two values. So we'll write here item total plus is equals to item dot amount. Fine. Now we'll write here parse float, and we are going to change these values. Just like parseInt, we have parse float as well. So inside parse float, we'll write temp total dot to fixed, and we are going to fix it until 2 decimal units. Fine. Next up, we'll write here cart items total dot inner HTML is equals to items total, and we'll write here cart price total dot inner HTML is equals to parse float. We'll write here temp total dot to fixed, and we'll fix it up to 2 decimal units. Fine. Next up, we'll write here add cart item. Now we'll write here cart item, and inside this we'll write let cart item UI is equals to document dot create element. We'll write here div. We'll write here cart item UI dot inner HTML is equals to, we are again going to do the same task. So we are going to use the backtick for that. So here we'll write div class is equals to cart product, and we'll write here div class is equals to product image. We'll write here img src is equals to, we are going to fetch the image again. So we'll write here dollar, and inside this we'll write cart item dot image, and alt will be product in this case as well. Next up, we are going to close this div tag, and we are going to start another div tag here. So we'll write here div class is equals to cart product item, sorry, cart product content we can say, and then we'll write here in the next line div class is equals to cart product name. We'll write here inside h3 tag. So inside h3 tag we'll write dollar cart item dot title, and we are going to close this h1 tag over here, h3 tag, sorry, h3 tag over here. Then we'll close this div tag as well. We are again going to create another div tag. This time we are going to write the class as cart product price. We are going to fetch the price now. We'll write here again h3. So our price is in dollars, so we'll use dollars for now. We can use rupees here as well. So we can write here cart item dot price. The price is going to be in dollars. Then we'll close this tag, and we are also going to close the div tag here. Fine. In the next line, we are going to create the product remove cart. So we are going to create a div tag for that, and the class is going to be cart product remove. Data ID is going to be cart ID. So we'll write here cart item dot ID, and then we'll write here href is equals to hash, and style is going to be, color is going to be red, and then we'll write here remove. I'm going to close the anchor tag and then the div tag. Fine. So we are done with this till now. Then we are going to again close this particular div tag we used previously. Now what we are going to do is we are going to change the number of products. So we are going to use here class is equals to plus minus, and here we'll write inside the I tag class is equals to far angle left add amount. Fine. This is going to be the class, and the data ID is going to be cart item ID. So we are going to write here data ID is equals to dollar, and inside this we'll write cart item ID dot ID, and then we are going to close this tag, and we are going to close the I tag here. Fine. Next up, we are going to use the span tag again. We are going to write here span class is equals to number of items, and we'll close this tag here. We'll write dollar cart item dot amount. We are going to close the span tag here, so we'll write here slash span. In the next line, we are again going to use data ID And here what we'll do is we'll write here dollar, and we'll write here cart item dot id. We are going to close the I tag again, and in the next line we are going to close the div tag and one more div tag. Fine. Now we are done with it. Let me close this first, and next up we'll append this cart content to the cart item UI. So we'll write here cart content dot append, and inside this we'll pass cart item UI. Fine. So here you can see we are going to close this. So this is the closed one, and inside here we'll write setup app. Again a constructor. We are going to write here cart is equals to storage dot get cart. We'll write this dot set cart values cart here, and then we'll write cart dot map. Inside this we'll write item, and inside the body we'll write this dot add cart item. Fine. I hope you guys are getting this. Next up we'll write the cart logic here. We'll write here cart logic, and we'll write here clear button dot add event listener. We are going to create an event again. We'll write here click comma a function. Inside this we'll write this dot clear cart. We are going to call this function over here. Now we have to write the logic for remove button, so we'll do it here. We'll write here cart content dot add event listener, click comma event, and we'll write here inside this if event dot target dot class list dot contains cart product remove. Then we'll again create a variable. Let's say the variable is let. Okay, we have made a mistake over here. We have to close this bracket here, and then we have to write here let id is equals to event dot target dot dataset dot id. In the next line we'll write this dot remove item, and we'll pass id here. Fine. In the next line we'll write here let div is equals to event dot target dot parent element, and we are going to use parent element for quite some time now. So we are going to write here dot parent element again for 4 times. So we'll write here parent element dot parent element. So we have written it 4 times here. In the next line we'll write here div dot remove child, and we'll write here event dot target dot, we'll copy it from here and we'll paste it here. Fine. Now in the next line we are going to close this bracket and we are going to start writing here else if event dot target dot class list dot contains add amount, then what we are going to do is we are going to use the id variable again. We are going to write here let id is equal to event dot target dot dataset dot id, let item is equals to cart dot find, we'll pass item here and we'll use the arrow function. So we'll write here item dot id triple equals to id. Fine. Then we'll write here item dot amount plus plus. So we are going to increase the amount of items. Then what we are going to do is we are going to write here storage dot save cart and we are going to pass cart here. We'll write here this dot set cart values cart, we'll write here event dot target dot next element sibling dot inner html is equals to item dot amount. Fine. Now we are going to use another else if here. So we'll write here else if event dot target dot class list dot contains reduce amount. So we are going to change the number of products in our cart. So for that what we'll do is we'll write here let id is equals to event dot dataset event dot target dot dataset dot id. Fine. And item will be let item is equals to cart dot find item item dot id triple equals to id. If we are again going to use an if statement, so we'll write here item dot amount is greater than 1, if the number of items is greater than 1, then item dot amount minus minus and store it inside the cart. So we are going to write here storage dot save cart and we'll pass cart here. Then we'll write here this dot set cart values and we'll again pass cart here. In the next line we'll write here event dot target dot previous element sibling dot inner HTML is equals to item dot amount and finally we'll write here else, and inside the else what we'll do is we'll write here this dot remove item and we'll pass the ID here. We'll write here let div is equals to event dot target. We are basically targeting the events. We are creating conditions for certain different events, like when the user increases the number of products and the user decreases the number of products, and if the user removes the product from the cart. So we are writing the code for that. So we'll write here event dot target dot parent element and we'll write here parent element again for 4 times. Fine. We'll write here div dot remove child and inside this we'll write event dot target dot parent element for 4 times again. It will check each parent element. So here we are done with it. Next up, we have to create 2 functions for add amount and for reduce amount. So what we are going to do is we are going to write here add amount and we'll write here const add button is equals to document dot query selector all. Inside this we'll pass dot add amount. Fine. We'll write here add button dot for each and we'll write here inside this button dot add event listener and we'll add an event over here. We'll write here click comma event, we'll pass event here and then we'll write here like this let id is equals to event dot current target dot dataset dot id. Fine. We'll write here cart dot map and we'll pass item over here. We'll write here again arrow function and inside this what we are going to do is we are going to write here item dot amount plus plus storage dot save cart. We are going to pass cart here. We'll write here this dot set cart values. We are again going to set the cart values and we'll again use amount UI, a new variable, and we'll write here event dot current target dot parent element dot children. Fine. So we are targeting the parent element along with the children. So we'll write here amount UI dot inner HTML is equals to item dot amount. So we have forgot to mention here if item dot ID is equals to ID, then do it. Fine. Now we are going to do the same thing for reduce amount as well. So we'll write here reduce amount, and inside this we'll write const reduce button is equals to document dot query selector all, and we are going to pass here dot reduce amount. Fine. We'll write here reduce button dot for each, and then we'll pass button over here and we'll use the arrow function again. Finally we'll write here button dot add event listener, click event, let ID is equals to event dot current target dot dataset dot ID. Fine. We'll write here cart dot map, we'll map it to cart, and we'll write here item then again we'll write here if item dot ID triple equals to ID, then we'll write here item amount minus minus, so we'll write here item dot amount minus minus, and if item dot amount is greater than 0, then what it will do, it will store it inside the local storage. So we'll write here storage dot save cart, and we'll write here cart, then we'll write this dot set cart values cart const amount UI is equals to event dot current target dot parent element dot children, amount UI dot inner HTML is equals to item dot amount. Fine. Again we'll write here else what will happen, we'll write here event dot current target dot parent element. So here instead of parent element we'll write remove child, and we'll write here event dot current target dot parent element dot parent element. Fine. In the next line we'll write this dot remove item, and we'll pass ID here. We are done with this part as well. Next up we have to clear the cart, so for that we'll write here clear cart. We'll again do something for that. We'll write here let cart item is equals cart dot map. Inside this we'll write item implies item dot id cart item dot. We'll again use the for each loop here. We'll write here this, then we'll provide id here, and we'll write here this dot remove item. We'll pass the id over here. Then we'll write here const cart product. We'll create a new variable here. We'll write here document dot query selector all, and we'll write here dot cart product. We'll write here cart product dot for each item. What we are going to do is we are going to create an arrow function here, and we are going to write here if item is true, if item is there, then item dot parent element dot remove child will remove the item. Now we have to remove the item, so for that we'll write here remove item, and we'll pass id to that item. We'll write here cart, will update the value of cart as cart dot filter. We'll write here item, and then we'll write here item dot id not equals to id this dot set cart values, and we'll update the cart then. Similarly, we'll again write here storage dot save cart, and we'll pass cart here. Then we'll write here let button is equals to this dot get single button. We'll write here id, and we'll change the button style. We'll write here button dot style dot pointer events is equals to unset. Then we'll write here button dot inner HTML is equals to backtick. I class will be far cart plus. We are going to close the I tag here, and we'll write here add to cart. Fine. Next up, we'll write here get single button. We'll pass id over here, and we'll write the code for here. We'll write here let btn, then we'll write here buttons dom dot for each button. What it will do is we'll check if button dot dataset dot id is equals to id, then btn equals to button. Fine. Here we'll return button. Now save it. Save this program. Go to browser, and this is our website. Go to browser, and you can see nothing is visible till now. We have to write a little more code to make everything visible here. Now we have to store the data in local storage so that on refreshing the web page, we don't lose the data. So what we'll do is we'll go back to a JavaScript file and we'll write here class storage equals to static save products. We'll pass products here. Then we'll open curly braces and we'll write here local storage dot set item, and inside this we'll write products dot comma JSON dot stringify products. Fine, we are parsing the products from our JSON file now. Next up, we'll write here static get storage products. We'll pass the ID here and we'll write here let products is equals to JSON dot parse local storage dot get item, and we'll pass products here. Fine, in the next line we'll write return products dot find. We'll write here item dot id is equals to id. Fine. Next up, we'll again write here static save cart. Now we are saving the products in our cart, so we'll write here local storage dot set item. Inside here we'll pass cart, and here we'll write JSON dot stringify, and we'll pass cart over here. Next up, we'll write here static get cart. We are getting the items from the cart. We'll write here return local storage dot get item cart. Here we'll write question mark. We'll parse the JSON file here. We'll write here JSON dot parse local storage dot get item from the cart. Fine. Here we have to put a square bracket, a pair of square brackets. And lastly, we have to write a few lines of code. So we'll write here document dot add event listener, and we'll write here DOM content loaded. So we are adding one more event to our JavaScript file, which is the DOM content loaded. So we have to write here DOM content loaded, and here we have to write inside the function const products is equals to new product, and we'll write here const UI is equals to new UI. Now we have to show cart from local storage, so we'll write here UI dot setup app, and we'll write here products dot get product dot then, and inside this we'll write products equal implies this. UI dot display products, we'll write here products storage dot save products, and we'll pass products here as well. Fine, we'll write here dot then. We are using promises, so here we'll write UI dot get buttons and UI dot cart logic. Fine. Now the JavaScript part is done. We have used JSON here to make our web page more responsive towards several aspects. Apart from that, we have used JSON for adding products to our website as well. Now we are left with one more task only. Let's do it, and then we'll see the final outcome of this extended code. So we'll move to the CSS file and we'll start starting the products part. Let's try if it's working or not. Let's save this piece of code and go to browser, click on shop now, and it's not working, we can see. Okay, it says it's failed to load the resource. Refresh it and you can see now it's working totally fine. We have all our product images over here. We have all of our products. We can add them to cart and we can use the cart as well. So the last thing we have to do is to use products now. Now we have to style those products. So for that we'll move to our CSS file. So here's our CSS file, and inside this we have to write here. So we have put a comment over there when we were not here. So we have to style the products over here. So for that we'll write here dot section2 dot title and text align at the center. Then we'll write here section2 dot title h1. The font size is going to be 1.8 em. The margin is going to be 1.3 em. Then we have to write the code for products here. So we'll write here dot product, and inside this we'll write margin as 0.5 em. We have to write here margin. We'll write here 0.5 em and auto. Max width is going to be 1300 pixels. Display is going to be grid. Grid column is going to be, so here it is going to be grid column gap, and it is going to be 2 em. Then we'll write here grid row gap, and grid row gap is going to be 2 em as well. Then we'll write here grid template columns, and we'll write here repeat. We are going to create a grid for our products, right? So we'll write here auto fit comma min max. We'll write here 350 pixels and 1 fra. Fine. Next up we'll write here dot product card, and now we are going to write here text align as center, position as relative, max width of the grid is going to be 350 pixels, and the overflow is going to be hidden. Next up, we'll write here product card image. We'll write here height as 300 pixels, width as 300 pixels, and transition is 0.3 seconds linear. Fine. Similarly, we'll do the same for product name and product pricing. So we'll write here product name, comma, product pricing. Margin for them is going to be 0.3 em. We'll write here dot product pricing, and the color of the product pricing is going to be the one we have been using till now. So we'll write here F09D51. Then we have to write the code for add to cart button. So we'll write here add to cart. We'll write here align items to the center, justify the content to the center, and color is going to be white. Padding is going to be 0.2 em and 1 em. Fine. Height is going to be 30 pixels. Background is going to be the same, F9D51. Position is going to be absolute. Right is going to be 0. Transform is going to be translate along the x-axis to 100%. Bottom is going to be 80 pixels. You have to put a comma here. Bottom is going to be 80 pixels. Transition is going to be 0.3 seconds again, and linear. Cursor is going to be pointer. Fine. Then we have to write few more lines. So we'll write here product card. We'll write here hover, and we'll add to cart here. So we'll write here transform, translate x 0%. We'll write here product card. On hovering over the image, so we'll write here hover img. Opacity will change to 0.7. Let's try it. And finally we'll write here dot add to cart, hover, and here we'll write color as black. Fine, we are done with it. We have styled the products as well. We are now done with the website. Save it, move on to the browser, and let's face the truth now. So you can see it's not working as of now. Refresh the web page and the products looks really big now. What we have to do is we have to move over here and we have to see what's wrong over here. This was a mistake and it's done. Let me see what's wrong. Something is not right here. Everything seems fine, but we have to search for the error. So if we see here, max width is fine. The max width for product is fine. Let's try to do this thing. We'll write here this, save it now, and I know that this is the error we did. So such small errors sometimes cost us way more. Go to the browser and you can see our website is fine now. Try adding the products to the cart. You can see the products are in the cart. We can increase the number of products. The total is increasing with that. And it's working totally fine. Click on the clear cart button and it's not working. Click on the proceed button and it clears the cart. A simple solution for this, go to the HTML file, write clear cart over here and proceed over here. Save it, move to the browser, try adding products to the cart, go to the cart, increase the numbers, everything is fine, proceed, it's not working, clear cart, and the cart is clear. Now that we have done so many things on the website, here's a task for you guys. We have left the proceed button inside the cart with no functionality. We did it with purpose. I want you guys to do something creative with it. You can take the user further to the login or sign up page, and you can use regular expressions to validate the form. Upon successful validation, you can further take the user to the payment page. I want you guys to do that part and let us know in the comments below if you are facing any problems or if you have any doubts regarding that. The time has come when we'll implement jQuery to its actual use. So far, we have seen various different topics related to jQuery in this particular playlist. We came across jQuery effects, animations, callbacks, and then we moved on to jQuery UI, wherein we covered topics like widgets, interactions, theme customization, and many more. Let's use some of the concepts in a website today. Let's move ahead and we'll take an overview of what we are doing today. The task is simple. We'll create a movie downloading website from scratch using HTML, CSS, and jQuery only. So here we are in the website, wherein you can see we have the front page of our website. Here we have some text which says download your favorite movie in just a click, and then we have welcome written over here, right? The page seems simple. The first thing we have here is the navigation bar, which will navigate us to different sections of the website. We have home, about, categories, top rated, and contact over here. Click on any of them and it will take us to that particular section in our website. If you see here, we have two arrows present at the bottom of our home page. If we click on it, it will take us to the about section. Right, here we have some more text present. We have the contact us button present over here and it will take us to that particular section. Click on it and here we are at the contact us section of our website. The next section contains categories of movies we have in our website. We have 6 different categories present over here. Hover your mouse cursor over any and you can see the animation in that particular category. The next thing we have are the top rated movies. The hover effect you can see here as well. But if we click on any image, you can see the image size is larger now. And we can also use these arrows to change the movie. Right, you can check all the top rated movies over here. Now, in the last part, we have the contact us page, wherein if we write our name, email and message, and then if we click on send message button, a dialog box will appear on our screen and it will say something. So let's try to do it here. We'll write here caution. Then let's say we have an email ID over here. We'll write here caution@gmail.com. And then let's say we are writing something over here. Now click on the send message button. You can see we have a dialog box which says Thank you for contacting us. We'll get back to you soon. Don't forget to check your email. Fine. The task is simple, right? I hope you guys must have got the task by now. All we have to do is to recreate this whole thing from scratch on our own. So let's get back to the programming part without wasting any more time. Here we are in the VS Code and we have all the required files present in our system already. If I show you once, you can see we have this whole folder present in our system where we have all the files, images, and everything we need to create this website. We have the jQuery file, the jQuery UI file, and almost everything we need. Right, you can see it over here. We have images over here, we have icons, we have the jQuery UI file, we have project content, and many more things, right? So let's minimize this for now. Now, let's move on to the HTML file first, and we'll start by designing the layout of our web page, or we can say website. We have to create a preloader thing before we create the body of our website. So we'll keep these small things in mind, and later we'll see what vital part these small things play in making a website more interactive to the user. So we'll start the code by writing over here inside the body tag. So let's use comments for different sections. So we'll write here preloader. Fine. So this is a comment. Now we'll start writing the code for preloader. So first thing first, we'll write here div. We'll take a div tag. We'll write here class. So let's say the class name is preloader. Now we'll close this div tag, and inside this we'll create another div tag. So we'll write here div class is equals to, let's say, loader. Fine. So we are done with preloader. We'll comment it out once again. We'll write here preloader ends. Fine. So our preloader ends over here. Now, the next thing we have to do is we have to start writing the code for the head section of a website. So we'll write here head section starts. So now we'll write the code over here for the head section. So the first thing we have to write here is we have to take the header tag. We'll write here header. Class is going to be header for this, and then we'll close this header tag over here. Now inside this we'll write div class is equals to, let's say, container. So we have to take so many div tags, so keep these things in mind. So the next thing we are going to write here is we are going to write here div. Now class is going to be, let's say, row justify content between. Fine. And then we'll write here align items at the center. Fine. So we have taken this class name as row justify content between and align items center. So now inside this, what we'll do is we'll write here div class is equals to brand name. So we'll write here brand name. Fine. Now we'll close this div tag, and inside this we'll take an anchor tag. So we'll write here a href is going to be index.html. So this is the link. Now what we'll do is we'll write here movie mania. Fine. Now after this div tag, what we'll do is we'll write here div class is equals to nav toggle. Fine. So this is the class for a navigation bar. Now inside this we'll write here span. We'll close the span tag. We'll keep it empty for now. Now after this div tag we have to write here nav class is equals to, let's say, nav. We'll close this div tag. Now inside this we'll define our items. We'll write here home, about, categories, top rated, and contact. Fine. Now inside this nav tag we'll write here ul. We'll take an unordered list. Now inside this unordered list we have to use the li tag. So we'll write here li anchor tag. Now inside this anchor tag we are going to write href is equals to home. So this is the ID for home page. So we'll write here home. Now we'll do the same for every category, or we can say every item in the menu. So we'll copy it from here. We'll paste it 5 times. Fine. So here we are. Now the next thing we have to do is we have to change the names. So instead of home, after we have about, so we'll write here about. Then we have the categories. So we'll write here categories. We have to change the ID as well. So we'll write here category. Then after categories, we have top rated movies. So we'll write here top rated and the ID is going to be, let's say, top. Then we have the contact us. Fine. So we'll write here contact, and instead of home, we'll write here contact. Fine. So we are done with it. We are done with the header. So the next thing we have to do is we have to write here after this header. We have to mention it over here that the header ends over here. So we'll write here header end. Now we have to start the next section. So the next section is going to be home section. So we'll write here home section starts. And after this, we'll write the code for home section. So the home section starts with the section tag. We'll write here section. Class is going to be home. So let's name it as home section, this class. We'll write here ID as well. So let's say the ID is home. Now we have to create a shape over here. If we move back to our website and if we go to the home page, you can see we have a shape over here. The shape is rotating 360 degrees. So we'll create the shape first. Now for that, what we have to do is we have to write here. We have to close this section tag first. Now inside this section tag, we'll mention a comment again. So let's say we'll write here shape for this particular shape. Now what we'll do is we'll write here div. Class is going to be shape 01. So this is the class name. Now we'll close this div tag. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to take another div tag. We'll write here div. Class is equals to container. Now we have to take another div tag over here. We'll write here div class is equals to row. Align items and center. Fine. We have to close this div tag over here. Now inside this we have to write another div tag. So we have to take another div tag. We'll write here div class is equals to home content. And now over here what we'll do is we'll take another h4 tag. So we'll write it over here h4, and we'll write over here this thing. We'll write download your favorite movie in just a click. Copy it from here. We'll paste it inside the h4 tag. Now we are done with the heading. So after this what we'll do is we'll take another heading. We'll take h2 tag. We'll write here h2 and we'll write here welcome to movie mania. Fine. So we are done with it. Now the next thing we have to do is we have to make these arrows over here. So if we move back to our website, you can see we have 2 arrows over here which takes us to the about us section. So we have to write the code for these 2 arrows as well. So after this we'll write over here inside comment. So we'll write over here scroll down. Now we have to write the code over here. So we'll write here a href is equals to about, and then we'll write here class is equals to scroll down. Fine. Now we have to use icons. So what we are going to do is we already have these icons present in our system. So we'll mention them over here. We'll write here img. src is going to be inside the images folder. What we'll do is we'll move inside the icons, and inside the icons we have this file over here, arrowdown.svg. So this is basically an icon. So we'll write here alt, and inside this we'll write scroll down. Fine. So this thing is done. Now the anchor tag is done. So we'll move back from here. Now the home section ends over here. So we'll write here inside the comments, we'll write home section end. Fine. So we are done with the home section. Let's check it out once. Save the program, open it with live server, and you can see we have all these things over here. We have home, about, categories, top rated, contact, and then we have two headings as well. Fine. So we are not able to see the icon as of now. We'll style it later on. Now let's move back to the programming part. So the home section, we are done with the home section. The next section we have to work on is the about section. So we'll write here about section start. Now the about section, what we have to do is we have to write here section. We are going to take the section tag again. So we'll write here class is equals to about section. Now the class is done. We have to write the ID as well. The ID is going to be about. Fine. Now inside this section tag, we have to take another div tag. So we'll write here div. Class is going to be container for this one as well. And now inside this div tag, what we are going to do is we are going to take some more div tags. We'll write here div class is equals to row. So this is the class name. Now what we have to do is we have to write some more things about the image. So we have an image already over here. You can see if we move back to our website. So we have this image over here as well. Now what we'll do is we'll write some code for this image as well. So let's move back to the HTML file and we'll write here div class is equals to img box. So this is going to be the name of our class. And inside this we'll take another div tag and we'll write here class is equals to shape 02. So why we are doing here because if we move back to our website, you can see we have this shape over here as well. So we'll style this shape as well later on in the CSS file. For that we need to mention the class. So that's why we are using here class as shape2. Fine. Now after this, what we are going to do is we are going to write here img. So we are going to add the image now. We'll write here img src is going to be inside the img folder. We have about.png and we have to mention the alternate here as well. So we'll write here alternate as about us. Fine. Close the img tag and we are done with it. Now inside this div tag, what we have to do is we have to write here div class is equals to about content, and then we have this div as class row. Now inside this, what we have to do is we have to mention the section title. So the section title is about us. So we'll write some code for that as well. We'll write here div class is going to be section title. Now inside this, what we are going to do is we are going to take the h1 tag and we'll write here about us. Fine. Now after these two div tags, what we have to do is we have to mention a paragraph here. So the paragraph is this one over here. So this is the paragraph. This is nothing but a paragraph which most of the prototypes of any websites use. So what we'll do is we'll copy it from here. And what we are going to do is we are going to use the p tag. Inside the paragraph tag, we are going to paste this. Fine. So this is our paragraph. Now we are done with the paragraph tag as well. After the paragraph tag, what we have to do is we have to write here div. We are going to take another div. We'll write here class. So class is going to be stats for all the stats we have for our website. Now inside this div tag, we are going to take another div tag. We'll write here div class is equals to row. And over here we'll write div class is equals to statbox. Fine. So we are writing the code for these stats over here. We have daily downloads, movies available, and happy clients, right? So we are writing the code for this only. Now after this, what we have to do is we have to close this div tag, and inside over here we have to write h2, and inside h2 we'll write 150k plus. Fine. Now we have to write it over here h5. So let's say we are writing over here daily downloads. So we are done with it. The next thing we have to write here is div class is going to be statbox again. Now inside this div tag we'll write h2. The heading is going to be 2500 plus, and then we'll write h5. Fine. For h5, what we'll write here is movies available. So we have to do this thing for more time. We'll copy this piece of code from here, we'll paste it here. The class will remain the same. Now instead of 2500, we have to mention the happy clients over here. So we'll write here 1 million plus, and instead of movies available we'll write happy clients. Fine. So we are done with it. Now after this particular div tag, what we have to do is we have to mention the contact button as well. So we'll mention the heading over here, we'll write here contact button, and we'll write the code over here. So the code starts with a, href is equals to hash contact. This is the contact, this is the ID basically for the contact page, for the contact section. So then we'll write here class is button1, and we'll write here contact us. Fine. So the anchor tag is closed. We are done with the section. So we are done with this particular section as well. So what we'll do is we'll write here about us ends over here. So we'll write here about us end, or we can say the about section end. So we are done with the about section as well. Save the program for now, move to the browser, and here you can see it's not okay, it's working. So here you can see if I increase the size of our browser, you can see this is a about section. We have an image over here, we have about us, we have all the stats, we have daily downloads of 150,000 and plus, we have movies available over 2500, and we have 1 million plus happy clients. Then we have a link over here for the contact us. So we'll create a button later on in the CSS part for this. So let's move on to the programming part again. Now the next section we have to mention over here is the categories section. So if I take you to this website, you can see we have categories over here. We have 6 different categories. So we have to write the code for this part as well. So let's move ahead and write the code for categories as well. So we'll write here categories, and we'll write here section start. Fine. So the category section starts over here. What we'll do is we'll take a section tag again. So we'll write here section class is equals to, let's say, service section, and then we have ID. Fine. So ID is going to be categories. We'll close this section tag. Now inside this section tag we'll take a div tag. Div class is going to be container, and inside this we'll take another div tag. We'll write here div class is row, and inside this we'll take another div tag. So we'll write here div class is equals to section title. So we are using all these classes because we'll need them in the CSS part. So what we'll do is we'll write here h1. Now inside h1 we'll write categories. Fine. Now over here what we'll do is we are going to take div, class is going to be row, and what we'll do is we'll write here the code for all the category items. So basically we have 6 different category items. We have 6 different categories of our movies. So if you can see it over here, we have Western, mystery, drama, animation, comedy, and fantasy. So we'll write the code for them. Now inside here what we'll do is we'll write over here. First we have to mention, let's mention it over here what we are doing here. So we'll write here categories start. Fine. So what we'll do is we'll start writing the code over here. We'll take a div tag, class is going to be service item. So we'll write here service item as the class name, and inside this we are going to take another div tag. We are going to name it as service item inner. So this is going to be another class. Now inside this what we are going to do is we are going to write here the image code, right? We are going to add the image over here. So we'll write here img, src is going to be img slash, so we have service folder, so we'll write here service. Now inside the service we have one.png as a image, so we'll write here alternate as category 1. Now close this. After this we have to take another div tag. We'll write here div class as overlay, so we'll write here class is overlay. Now inside this what we'll do is we'll write the heading. So basically we are going to mention the category name over here, so we'll write here h3, and inside h3 we'll write Western. Fine, so this is going to be the first category. Now so the first service item, or we can say the first category, ends over here. Now after this what we have to do is we have to add 5 or 6 more categories, right? We have to add 6 categories to our website. So what we are going to do is we are going to write the code for second category of a movie. So we are going to copy this from here and we are going to paste it over here. So the class name will remain the same. The class name will remain as service item. Then we have the inner class name as service item inner. Then inside this image source, what we have to do is we have to change the image over here. We'll write 2.png over here. The overlay class will remain the same. Now instead of Western we have to write here mystery. So we'll write here mystery. So this is a second category. Now what we have to do is we have to copy this piece of code again. So we have to do it for 6 categories, right? So we are already done with 2, so we'll paste it 4 times. Fine. Now what we have to do is we have to change the image name over here. So we have 3, and then instead of mystery we have drama, fantasy, comedy, and lastly we have animation. So this one will be drama. Fine, so we'll write here drama. Then we have here as 4.png. Then instead of mystery what we have here is fantasy. So we'll write here fantasy, and after fantasy we have this image name as 5.png, and the category name is going to be comedy. Fine, so we'll write here comedy at number 5th, and lastly we have animation. So for animation the image is 6.png, and instead of mystery we'll write here animation. Fine, so we are done with it. Now the categories ends over here, so we have to close the section tag as well. So basically what we are going to do is we are going to write here category section ends. So we'll write a category section ends over here. Now what we have to do is we have to save this program, move back to the browser, and you can see it over here. We have Western, we have mystery, we have drama, fantasy, comedy, and animation. We have all the 6 categories, right? We'll style them later according to our needs in the CSS part. So for now, what we are doing is we are creating the layout of our website. So this will remain the same. Now let's move ahead and we'll write the code for next section. So the next section we have is the top rated section. So we'll write here top rated section start. Now what we have to do is we have to take the section tag again. So we'll write here section class is equals to, let's say, work section. So this is going to be the name of our class for top rated section. So we'll write here id as top now. Fine. Now the next thing we have to do is we have to write here div class is equals to container, and then we have div class is equals to row here. Fine. Now inside this div with class as row, what we have to do is we have to mention the section title. The section title is top rated movies. So this part will remain the same for all the sections. So we'll write here div class is equals to section title. So we'll write here section title, and after this we'll write here h1, and then we'll write here top rated movies. Fine. So we are done with the heading. Now inside this, what we have to do is we have to mention all the 6 different top rated movies we have, right? So what we are going to do is we are going to write here div class is going to be row again. Now inside this div tag, what we have to do is we have to mention all the 6 top rated movies. Fine. So we'll write here top rated movies start. Now after this, what we are going to do is we are going to take another div. Class is going to be work item, and now inside this div tag we have to write here div class is going to be work item inner. Fine. Now inside this we have to add images. So we'll write here img. We are going to add 2 images basically. So we'll discuss it later why we are doing so. So we'll write here img src, and src is going to be img slash works, and inside the works folder we have another folder as thumb. Now we'll add 1.jpg from here. This is the base file. We'll write here data large, and inside the data large what we are going to do is we are going to write here img slash works slash large, and we have this 1.png over here. So these 2 files are basically same files. So they are saved with different names. One is a png file and another one is the jpg file. We'll write here alt, we'll write here movie 1. Fine. Now close this, and after this what we have to do is we have to create a div tag with class as overlay, and we have to write something over here. We have to write the heading. So the heading is going to be Doctor Strange. Fine. So this is the heading of our first movie. Now what we have to do is we are done with the first item. So what we'll do is we'll copy this piece of code from here, we'll paste it here for the second movie. The second movie we have the image as 2.jpg and 2.png. Now instead of Doctor Strange, the second movie name is Captain Marvel. Fine. So we'll write here Captain Marvel. Then we'll copy this and we'll do the same for almost all the movies, right? For all the top rated movies. So we are done with this part. We are done with Doctor Strange and Captain Marvel. Then we have 3.png and jpg as the file name or as the image name. So instead of Captain Marvel, we have Aquaman. So we have all the movies from So we have movies from Marvel Universe and from DC Universe. I believe that you guys might be a fan of any of these universe. So let's move ahead, and instead of Aquaman, we have 4.jpg and 4.png as our next file names. And instead of this Captain Marvel, what we have here is X-Men. Fine. Then over here we have to mention the file name is 5. And instead of movie name, what we have to write here after X-Men is Guardians of the Galaxy. Then the last movie we have is The Dark Knight. So we'll write here the Dark Knight. And we are done with the top rated movie part as well. So the work section ends over here, or we can say the top rated movie section ends over here. So we'll mention it over here. We'll write here top rated end. So we are done with the top rated section as well. Save the program once, move to the browser, and if we check it over here, you can see we have all the movies. We have Dark Knight, Guardians of the Galaxy, X-Men, Aquaman, Captain Marvel, and Doctor Strange. So it looks really simple for now, right? We'll change them in the CSS part, as I mentioned it earlier as well. We'll do it in the CSS part. So don't be so stressed for now. Let's move ahead and we'll write the code for contact us section now. So we'll mention it over here. We'll write here contact section starts, and now we'll start writing code for contact section. So the first few things will remain the same. We'll write here section. Now inside section we'll mention class as contact section. Now the ID is going to be contact, and we'll write here inside the section tag div class is going to be container, and inside this div tag we have another div tag with class as row. Now inside this we have div with class as img box. So we'll write here img box as class name. Now inside this we'll write div class as section title. So this is the section title. So section title is contact us. So we'll write here inside h1 tag contact us over here. Now what we have to do is we have to add a form over here. So what we'll do is we'll write it after this div tag. So we are done with the heading part basically. Now after this we are going to write here div class is going to be row for the form. We'll write here div class as contact form. Now inside this div tag we have to create a form. So we'll use the form tag for it. We'll write here form class is going to be form. And then we have to write here div class is row. Inside this div tag we have to take another div tag. So we'll write here div class as left input group. This is a class name. Then we have label as name. We'll write here input type is going to be text. Then we'll write here placeholder. Placeholder is going to be your name here, and then we have classes input control. Fine. This is a class name. So we have added a placeholder over here for name. Now similarly, what we have to do is we have to add these placeholders for email or phone and for your message. So we'll write here div class is equals to right. This is going to be present at the right side. So we'll write here input group. Now we'll write here label. Label is going to be email or phone. So this is the label for a second placeholder. Now we are going to write here the same thing. We'll write here input type is going to be text. Placeholder is going to be email or phone here. So we'll write here your email or phone here, and we'll write here classes input control, and that's it. So we are done with this placeholder as well. Now we have to write some code for the text area, basically for the message box. We are going to write here div class is going to be row again. So we'll write here div class is row. Now inside this we are going to write here div class is input group. So we'll write here input group. Now we are going to mention the label over here. So we'll write here label, and the label is going to be message. Fine. Then we are going to write here text area. The text area class is going to be input control once again. So we'll write here input control, and then we have placeholder which says your message here, and we'll close this text area over here. Fine. So we are done with this part as well. Now what we have to do is we have to create the form button for send message. So for that, what we'll do is we'll write here div class is form button, and inside this div tag we have to take a button. So we'll write here button. Type is going to be button, and then we have class is button1. ID is going to be button again. Then we have the button name. So the button name is going to be send message. Now after this div tag, what we have to do is we have to add a dialog box over here. So we'll write here div ID as, let's say, dialog for this dialog box. Then we'll write here thank you for contacting us, and we'll get back to you soon. Don't forget to check your email. Fine. So this is the text that will be present inside the dialog box. Fine. So we are done with it. We are done with the form tag. Now inside the section tag we have to mention some more things. So we are going to mention the things present after this form. So if we move back to this website over here, you can see we have this form over here. We have the send message button. Now we have to mention these three things. We have to mention address, phone, email, and then we have some icons for Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and Instagram. Fine. So we'll write the code for this thing only now. So let's move back, and now after this particular div tag, what we have to do is we have to create another div tag. We'll write here div class is row. Now inside this div tag we have to write here div class is contact info. This is going to be the class for this particular div tag. Now inside this we have to take another div tag. We have to mention the class is row over here. Now what we'll do is we'll write over here div class is equals to info item, and we have to mention address over here. So we'll write here h5 address, and we have to write here address. Now after this address we have to mention our address, so we'll mention it inside the paragraph tag. So we'll write here p. Now mention the address over here. We'll write here sector, let's say XYZ, and our website is present in USA, so we'll write here USA. Then we'll write here some number. So let's say this is our address. Now after this div tag we have to mention the phone number here. So what we'll do is we'll copy this from here, we'll paste it here. The class name will remain the same, the heading will change to phone, and we have to mention the phone number over here. So we'll write here 91, and then we'll mention some number. Fine. So this is the number, and then we'll copy it from here, and we'll do the same thing for email as well. So we'll write here email in place of phone. Now we have to mention the email of our website. So we'll write here moviemania@movie.com. Fine. So this thing ends over here. We have all our div tags ending over here. We have the section tag. But before we close the section tag, so what we have to do is we have to include the icons for Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and Instagram. Fine. So we have to add them as well. So what we'll do here is we'll write here div class is going to be row again. Now inside this we'll write div class is going to be social links. So we'll write here social links. Now inside this we have to mention them. We have to write here anchor tag. We'll write here href. Href is say hash for now. We'll write here title. Title is going to be Facebook, and then we have to add the image, or we can say the icon. So we'll write here img. src is going to be inside the img folder. We have this icons, so we'll write here icons, and inside this we have facebook.svg. Fine. So this is the icon we have already downloaded. We'll write here alt. We have to mention here as Facebook. We have to close the img tag, and that's it. We are done with the Facebook part. So what we'll do next is we'll copy it from here. We'll paste it here again 4 times. We have Facebook, then we have Twitter, LinkedIn, and Instagram, right? So we'll write here title as Twitter, and we have this file name here as twitter.svg. We'll change the alternate as well. We'll write here Twitter. Then we have the same thing for LinkedIn. So we'll write here LinkedIn. The icon name we have here is linkedin.svg. We'll change the alternate as well. We'll write here LinkedIn. And finally we have Instagram as well. So we'll write here Instagram. The icon name is instagram.svg. Then we have Instagram over here as well. So we have added all the icons over here. We are done with the contact section as well. So this is a contact section. If you can see, it starts from here. We have added a form wherein we have to put name, email and a message. Then we have a send message button over here. And finally we have these addresses and social media links. Fine. So we are done with this part. Save the program now and we'll move back to a browser. So here you can see at the bottom we have these icons. So the icons are pretty large in size. We'll style them later according to our need in the CSS part. So for now we have these 4 icons. We have Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn and Instagram. So you can see we have everything over here. We have address, we have phone, email, and we have the form. We have to write a name, message. We have to write a message over here. We have to write an email, and then we have a button for send message. You can see we have written over here, thank you for contacting us. We'll get back to you soon. Don't forget to check your email. So everything is working totally fine till now. Let's move ahead and we'll write some more code over here after this particular section. We have to mention the copyright section as well. So for that, we have to write here P. Class is going to be copyright. So we'll write here copyright. And inside this we'll write copy, then we have semicolon, it says 2022 Movie Mania. Fine, so we'll write here Movie Mania in capitals, and that's it. We are done with the footer part as well. We have mentioned the copyright as well. Now the last thing we have to do is we have to mention the Lightbox. So the Lightbox is basically, if we move back to our website, and here you can see if we click on any of these images from the top rated movies, you can see that particular image getting larger in size and we can change it, right? So we have to write the code for this particular Lightbox as well. So we'll move back to our HTML part and we'll mention it over here. We'll write here Lightbox start, and we'll write here div. Class is going to be Lightbox for this particular Lightbox, and then we'll write here div class is imgbox. So inside this div tag, what we have to do is we have to take another div tag. We'll write here div class is Lightbox close. We'll do most of these things in the jQuery part. So for that we are taking all these classes and all. So we'll write here ampersand times. Now we have to write it over here like this. Then we have the image source. So we'll write here img src is going to be img. Inside the works folder we have this large files. So we'll write here large. Then we'll write here 2.jpg. Then we have the class as Lightbox img. So we'll write here Lightbox img, and we have to mention the alternate as well. So we'll write here img1, and then we have to mention the caption as well. So we'll write here div class is equals to Lightbox caption. So we'll write here Lightbox caption, and we have to close this div tag. Now we have to write here div class is Lightbox category. We have to close this div tag and we'll keep this empty for now. Fine. We have to do this for all the images. So what we have to do is we have to write here after this particular div tag, we have to mention it inside over here. We have to take another div tag. We'll write here div class is going to be Lightbox counter. So we'll write here Lightbox counter. We will close this div tag. Now again what we have to do is we have to take another div tag over here. We'll write here class is Lightbox controls. Now we have two icons over here. We have the previous icon and the next icon. Fine. So we'll write here div class is going to be priv for this particular previous icon. We'll write here img. src is going to be inside the images folder. We have this icons folder. Now inside the icons folder we have this file named priv.svg and we have the alternate to this as previous. We'll close this image tag over here. We'll define another div tag. We'll write here div class is equals to next and we'll write here img. src is going to be inside the images folder. We have icons, then we have next.svg. Fine. We'll write here alternate as next and we are almost done with the Lightbox as well. So the Lightbox ends over here. We'll write here this is Lightbox end and that's it. We are done with the HTML part now. Save the program and you can see here on the web page we have all the website data present over here. We have all the images and everything present over here. The next thing we have to do is to style our website using CSS. For that we have to move to a CSS file now and you guys know the drill. So here you can see we are using some fonts for our website. You guys can use the CDN link from the web and you can use any font of your choice. So let's start styling our website now. What we'll do is we'll write here. Firstly, we'll write the code for body tag. So we'll write here body. Then inside this, what we'll do is we'll write here margin. So margin is going to be 0 initially. Now we'll write here over here line height. So we'll write here line height. Line height is going to be 1.5. Now after this we are going to write here background color. So we have some predefined background colors with us. You guys can use any of your choice. For now we'll write here F3, F2, F1. So this is the code. This is some sort of white color we can see. Now the next thing we are going to write here is we are going to write the code for body. Then we have the code for input. And we have the code for text area as well. So we'll write here text area. And then we have the code for button. So we'll write here button. Now inside this what we'll do is we'll write here font family. So font family is going to be railway. And then we'll write here sans serif. Fine. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to write here font weight. So we'll write here font weight and the font weight is going to be 400. Now moving ahead, what we'll do next is we'll write over here. We are done with these 3 different tags. So the next thing we are going to write here is we are going to write here asterisk and we'll write here border. Okay, so we'll write here box sizing. So we are writing here box sizing and the box sizing is going to be border box. Then we have the margin again and the margin is going to be 0 again. Fine. So we'll write here 0. The next thing we have to write here is the code for the container class. So we'll write here container. Then we'll write here max width. Max width is going to be 1170 pixels and then we have margin over here. So margin is going to be auto. Now we are done with the container class as well. The next thing we have to mention here is the row class. So if we move back to our HTML file, you can see we have used the class as row for almost everywhere. You can see we have the class as row over here. we have class as row almost everywhere in a HTML file, right? So we'll write the code for row now. So the class row is going to be display as flex, and then we have flex wrap. So we'll write here flex wrap, and flex wrap is going to be wrap again. Now after this we'll write here the code for align items class. So we'll write here dot align item, and the class name is align items center. So we'll write here align items at the center for this particular class. Then we have justify content between. So we'll write here justify content between. So basically we have used these classes in a HTML part. So we'll write here inside the justify content between, we'll write here justify content at space between, not space around, we'll write a space between. Then after this justify content between class, we have the animation for our box. So we are talking about this particular box over here. You can see in the website we are talking about this particular box which is rotating. So for that we'll write here @keyframes. So we'll write here keyframes, then we'll write here ANI01, and we'll write here inside this at 0%. What will happen is it will transform itself and it will rotate. So we'll write here rotate at 0 degree. Fine. We have to mention here 100% as well. So we'll write here at 100%. We want to transform it, and what we want to do is we want to write here rotate at 360 degrees. So we'll write here 360 degree. Now the next thing we have to do is to style the section title. So for that we have the section title class. So we'll write here section title, and inside here what we'll do is we'll write flex. So flex is going to be 0, 0 space 100%. Then we have max width. So we'll write here max width as 100%. And then we have margin bottom. So we'll write here margin bottom as 60 pixels, and we have padding as 0 and 15 pixels. Fine. Now what we have to do is we have to mention the section title for H1. So if we move back here, you can see, so inside here what we have to do is we are going to style the H1 heading. So H1 heading is present inside the section title. So you can see we have the section title class over here in a HTML file. So if we move down to the about section, you can see it over here. We have this class as section title and we have the heading as about us. Similarly, we have this thing for categories, for top rated movies, and for contact us. So we'll style all of them. So what we are going to do is we are going to write here dot section title space H1. We are going to style the heading one. So we'll write here display as inline block. So we'll write here display as inline block. Then we have font size as 40 pixels and color. So color is going to be black. So we'll write here this. And then we have font weight. So font weight is going to be 700 for the section title. Then we have margin as 0 for the section title, and we have position as relative. Fine. So we are done with the section title as well. Now what we have to do is we have to write here some more code. So we'll write here dot section title space H1. Then we'll write here before. Now what we are going to do is we are going to write here content, and we are going to write here nothing. Then we have box sizing. So we have box sizing as border box. Then we have position as absolute. So we'll write here absolute. Then we have left. So for left we have the value as 0. Then we have bottom. Then bottom value is going to be -5 pixels. We have width as well, so we'll mention the width here. Width is going to be 80 pixels now. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write here height. Height is going to be 3 pixels. Then we have background color as well. So background color is #FF9800. So this is the background color. Now the next thing we have to mention is for the button. So we have the class as button01. Now inside this, what we are going to do is we are going to write here background color as the same. We'll write here 9800. Then we have color, the font color basically. So the font color is going to be white, or we can say off-white. So then we have border. Border is going to be 2 pixels, solid and transparent. Fine. We are done with the border. We have to mention the padding as well. Padding is going to be 10 pixel and 35 pixels. Then we have border radius as well. So we'll write here border radius, and the border radius is going to be 30 pixels. So next up we have line height, and line height is going to be 1.5. Then we have cursor as pointer. So what we are doing here is we are basically styling the button. So the button with class as button01 will be styled after this particular piece of code. Save it now, move back to the website, and if you can see here, if we move back to the top section, you can see our button as orange in color and the text inside it is white in color. So if you can see here, we have this button all over here. We have this contact us button as well. So the buttons are ready to use. Now the next thing we have to mention here is the text decoration. So we'll write here text decoration is going to be none. Then we have font size. Font size is going to be 16 pixels. Then we have font weight as well. So font weight is going to be 600. Then we have display. So we'll write here display as inline block. So we'll write here inline block. Then we have transition. Transition is going to be all 0.5 second. Fine. And then we have ease. So we are done with it. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to write here button01 hover. What if we hover over this particular button? Now on hovering, the background color is going to be transparent. So we'll write here background color as transparent. Border color. Border color is going to be the same. So we'll write here FF9800. Then we have the color as well. So we'll write here color as #FF9800. So we are done with this. Save it now, move back to the website and look for the button over here. You can see we have this button, and on hovering you can see nothing is happening as of now. So let's see what's wrong over here. So we have forgot to put the colon over here, and now I think it will work fine. Save it, and you can see it's working totally fine now. On hovering, the button is changing, and similar thing will happen with this particular button as well. You can see it's working totally fine. Moving ahead, the next thing we have to mention over here is on focus. So we'll write here button01, then we'll write here focus, and we'll change the outline to none. Fine. So we are done with basic CSS part. You can see the buttons are working fine now. The next thing we have to do is to write the code for preloader. So we'll write over here preloader so that it will be easy for you guys to understand. Now for preloader, what we have to do is we have to access the preloader class. Fine. So we'll write here preloader. This is the class name. Now we'll write here position as fixed. Then we have left as 0, top as 0. Then we have right and bottom as well, so we'll write here right as 0 and bottom as 0. Fine. Background color, so we'll write here background color, we'll write here hash. This is the background color, so we have to mention here this. It's sort of black. Then we have the z index, so we'll write here z index, and the z index is going to be 1099. Then we have the display as flex, and we have to align the items at the center. Fine. Now we have to justify content, so we'll write here justify content at the center. Then we have transition again, so we'll write here transition, and the transition is going to be all at 0.6 seconds and it will be ease. Fine. The next thing we have to write here is dot preloader dot loaded. Then we have to write here visibility as hidden, and we have the opacity as 0. Then we have z index again, so we'll write here z index as -99. Fine. So then we'll write here preloader dot loader. So here what we'll do is we'll mention the height. Height is going to be 30 pixels. Then we have width. Width is going to be 30 pixels again. Then we have border. So we'll write here border. Border is going to be 2 pixels, solid in color, and transparent. No, it's not going to be transparent. We have to write here FF9800. Then we have border right. Border right is going to be 2 pixels, solid and transparent. So we'll write here transparent. Then we have border radius, and border radius is going to be 50%. Then we have animation. Animation is going to be ANI01. Then we have 2 seconds, and it is going to be linear and infinite. Fine. So we are done with this as well. Now the next thing we have to do is we have to style the header part now. So save it now. We'll move back to the web page, and here you can see the website is working, the loader is working right now. So let's start writing code again over here. We'll write here header again. So we'll write here header, then we'll write here dot header, and we are going to style the header tag. Now we are going to write here position as absolute. Then we have left. Left is going to be 0. Then we have right. Right is going to be nothing because we have to write here top. So we'll write here top as 0. Then we have width. Width is going to be 100%. And we have a z index again. So we'll write here z index as 99. Fine. Then we have transition. Transition is going to be all 0.5 second and ease. Fine. Then we have to write the code for fixed header. So we'll write here dot header dot fixed. So inside this we'll write background color as white. So we'll write here this. Then we have position, and position is going to be fixed. Fine. Then we have the header brand name. So we have to style the brand name as well. So we'll write here dot header dot brand name, and we have to write here padding. Padding is going to be 0 and 15. Fine. So this thing is working fine now. The next thing we are going to write here is we are going to write here dot header dot brand name dot anchor tag. So we'll write here A. Now what we are going to do is we are going to write here text decoration as none. Then we have font size. Font size is going to be 30 pixels. Then we have color. So we'll write here color. Then we'll mention this particular color, white color. And we have text transform as well. So we'll write here text transform as uppercase. Then we have font weight. So we'll write here font weight. Font weight is going to be 900. Then we have letter spacing. Letter spacing is going to be 2 pixels. And we'll write here transition as all, 0.5 second, and ease. Fine. Next thing we have to do is we have to write here color. So we'll write here dot header dot fixed dot brand name, and then we have to write here A, and we have to write here color as black. Fine. Now we have to write some more code over here. We'll write here header dot nav toggle, and we have to write here inside this as width. Width is going to be 40 pixels. Then we have height. Height is going to be 34 pixels. We have the border as well. We'll write here border 1 pixel, solid, and white in color. Fine. Then we have border radius as 3 pixels and cursor as pointer. Then we have display as well. We'll write here display as flex, and we'll align items at the center. So we'll write here align items at the center. Then we have justify content at the center. Finally, we have transition here as well. We'll write here transition all, 0.5 seconds, and ease. Then we have display as none. Fine. So let's finish the header part first. We'll write here dot header dot fixed dot nav toggle, and inside this we'll write border color, and the border color is going to be black. Then we have to write here dot header dot nav toggle space span. We are going to write the code for span tag, which we kept empty in the HTML part. We'll write here height. Height is going to be 1 pixel. And then we have display. Display is going to be block. Then we have width. Width is going to be 16 pixels. Then we have background color. So we'll write here background color as white. Then we have position as a relative, and transition as all, 0.5 second, and ease. Fine. Lastly, we'll write here dot header space dot nav toggle space span, and we have to write the code for before and after. Fine. So we'll copy this from here, we'll paste it here, and instead of before we'll write here after. We'll remove this comma, and now we'll write the code. Now what we have to do is we have to write here content. Content is going to be this, then we have position as absolute, then we have left, we will write here left as 0, then we have top as 0, we have height, so we will write here height as 1 pixel and width as 100%. Fine, it will take 100% of the width. Then we have background color as white again, so we'll write here this, and we have transition again, so we'll write here transition, and transition is going to be all at 0.5 seconds and ease over here. Then we have dot header dot fixed dot nav toggle and span. Fine, then we'll write here dot header dot fixed dot nav toggle. Then we have to mention it for before and the same thing for after, so we'll write here header, then we have fixed, then we have nav toggle, then we have this thing for after. Fine, so we have to remove the space from here, and now inside this what we have to do is we have to write here background color as black, then we have to write here dot header dot nav toggle space span, we have to write here before, and after this we have to write here transform, and we'll translate it to -6 pixels, so we'll write here translate it to -6 pixels. Fine, the same thing goes for after. We have to copy this from here, paste it here again. Instead of before, we'll mention after over here, we'll write here after, and after this we'll write here 6 pixel instead of -6. Fine, the next thing we have to mention over here is dot header, then we have dot nav, and inside this we'll mention padding as 0 space 15 pixels. Fine, now we have to mention the UL tag as well, so we'll write here dot header again, then we'll write here dot nav, and we have the UL tag, so we'll write a UL for the unordered list. List style is going to be none, and we have the margin as 0, and we have padding as 0, and after this we'll write here dot header space dot nav. Inside the UL tag we have to access the list as well, so we'll write the code for that now. We'll write here display as inline block, so we'll write here inline block, and we have the margin left as 30 pixels for the list. Now the next thing we have to mention over here is for the anchor tag present inside the list tag, so we'll write here dot nav space ul space li space a. Now after this we have to write here text decoration. Text decoration is going to be none. Then we have font size, so we'll write here font size as 16 pixels, and we have this font weight as 600. We have color as white, so we'll write here this. Then we have padding, and padding is going to be 25 pixels and 0. Fine, then we have display as block, then we have transition as all 0.5 second and ease over here. Fine, we'll write here dot header space dot fixed space dot nav ULLIA. Then we have color as black, and after this what we have to do is we have to write here dot header dot fixed, and then we have dot nav, we have ul, we have li a, and then we have to write here hover. After this we have to write here dot header dot nav ul li a on hover. So we'll write here hover. We have to remove the space from here as well. So we are done with this. Now after this what we have to do is we have to write here inside this color is going to be this one. So we are done with this part as well. Save the program and let's check back at the web browser if it's working or not. You can see it over here. We are not able to find all these elements for now. So what we are going to do is we are going to reduce the size over here, and you can see we have all the icons present. We have home, about, categories, top rated and contact. So it's working totally fine as of now. Let's move ahead, and now we'll do the styling part for header section, or we can say for the home section, sorry. So we'll write here home section and we'll comment this out. Fine. Now let's write the code over here. We'll write here home section first. So we'll write here $dot home section, and we have inside this min height. Min height is going to be 100 viewport height. So we'll write here 100 VH. Then we have background image. So we'll write here background image as URL, and we'll mention the URL here. We'll write here dot slash img. Inside this we have this moviebg.png, and we have the background image now. So we'll write here background size, and we'll write here cover. Then we have background position. So we'll write here background position. So we'll write a background position as center. Fine. The next thing we have to do is we have to write a position as relative. Then we have the z index. So we'll write here z index as 1. Then we have padding. So we'll write here padding as 0 and 15 pixels. Then we have home section. We'll write here home section before. Then we'll write here content. So we'll write here content, and content is going to be this again. Then we have position. Position is going to be absolute. Then we have box sizing. So we'll write here box sizing. We'll write here now border box. Then we have left as 0. So we have to write here 0, and here we have left as 0. Then we have top, right and bottom as well. So we'll write here top as 0, right as 0 and bottom as 0. Fine. Then we have background color, and background color is going to be black. Then we have opacity. Opacity is going to be 0.7. Then we have z index again. So we'll write here z index as -1. And that's it. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to write here dot home section space dot shape 01. So we have that shape present which is rotating. So we'll write here position as absolute. Then we have height. So we'll write here height as 30 pixels. We have width again as 30 pixels. So we'll write here width as 30 pixels. Then we have border. So we'll write here border as 2 pixels solid and of this particular color. Fine. Now we'll write here right. Right is going to be 5%. Then we have top as well. So we'll write here top. Top is going to be 20%. So we'll write here top as 20%, and we have the animation. So the animation name is ANI01. We have 5 seconds, we have linear, and we have infinite. Fine. So the next thing we have to style is going to be the home section, and then we have the row class. So we'll write here dot row. We'll write here min height, and min height is going to be 100 viewport height. So we'll write here 100 VH. Then we have dot home section dot home content. So we'll write here home section home content, and we have this thing over here, and we'll write here flex. Flex is going to be 0 space 0 space 100%. So we'll write here 100%. Then we have max width. Max width is going to be 100%. And then we have text align at the center. Fine. The next thing we have is the heading. So we'll write here home section. So we'll write here home section space home content. So we'll write here home content. Then we'll write here the heading. So H4 is the heading. We'll write here H4. We'll write here font size, and font size is going to be 60 pixels. Then we have the font size is going to be 20 pixels away, not 60. Then we have the color. So color is going to be white. So we'll write here this. Then we have margin. So we'll write here margin is 0. Then we have to style the H2 tag as well. So we'll write here dot home section space dot home content space H2. Then we have the font size. So we'll write here font size, and font size is going to be 60 pixels for this. Then we have margin. So margin we have to write here as 0, and color we also have to mention over here. Color is going to be white again. Then we have text transform. Text transform is going to be uppercase. Then we have font weight. So font weight is going to be 900. Then we have letter spacing, and letter spacing is going to be 10 pixels. Fine. Then we have to write the code for scroll down. If you guys remember those two arrows, so we'll write the code for that as well. So we'll write your home section dot scroll down. Then we have inside this we have position as absolute. Fine. We have left as 50%. Now we have bottom as well. So we have bottom as 30 pixels. Then we have height and width as well. So we'll write here height as 30 pixels and width as 30 pixels. Fine. Then we have margin left as well. So we'll write here margin left as minus 15 pixels, and we have animation again. So we'll write here animation scroll down. Okay, we have to write here scroll down. Then we have 2 seconds, and we have ease, we have infinite. Fine. So we'll write here infinite again. Now we have to define the keyframes as well. So we'll write here keyframes. Then we have scroll down. So we'll write here scroll down. We have to write here 0%, then we have 20, 50, 80 and 100. So we'll write here 20, 50, 80% and 100%. Fine. We have to separate them with commas. We'll write here comma after every number. So we'll write here inside this translate it. Okay, we have to write here transform and translate it to y-axis, and we have to write here 0. Fine. Then we have to write this same thing for 40% and 60%. So we'll write here 40%. For 40% we have to write here transform translate y, and then we have to write here minus 30 pixels, and we have to write here 60%, and inside this we have to write transform translate y, and we have to write here minus 15 pixels. Fine. The next thing we have to do is we have to write here dot home section dot scroll down space img. Then we have to write here width inside this, so the width is going to be 25 pixels. Then we have display is going to be block. Then we have margin, so we'll write here margin is going to be 2 pixels auto. Then we have this for the home section only. So we are done with the home section. Save the program, move back to the website, and you can see it looks more like the original website now. So you can see we have home, about, we have categories, we have top rated and contact over here. You can see this animation for this particular block is also working fine. We have this as well over here, and it's working totally fine. Right. So you can see over here that this animation is working on hovering the mouse over it. So we have to write some code for that as well, but it's not working as of now in the original website of ours. So you can see nothing is happening on hovering the mouse over it. Now what we have to do is, we'll see it later on. We'll see why this part is not working. The next thing we have to mention here is the about section. So we'll write here about section, and we have to write here this. Now we'll access this about section, so we'll write here about section. Then we have inside this as padding is going to be 80 pixels and 0 space 0. So the next thing we have to do is to write here about section about image. So we have to add the image over here. So we are basically trying to edit that particular image inside the about section, right? So we'll write here .img, or we can say .about img. So inside this we'll write flex is going to be 0 space 33.33%. Then we have max width, so we'll write here max width as 33.33%. Then we have padding, so we'll write here padding as 0 and 15 pixels, and we are done with the image. Now the next thing we have to do is to style the image box. So we'll write here about section about image, then we'll write here img box. Fine. So we'll write here img box. Inside this we'll mention the position as relative. Fine. Now after this, what we have to do is we have to copy this piece of code from here, we have to paste it here, then we have to write here shape 02. So basically what we are doing is we are trying to style the second shape. So we'll write here position as absolute, then we have height. So we'll write height as 30 pixels. We will write here width as 30 pixels. Then we have border. So we'll write here border as 2 pixels solid, and we'll write here FF9800. Then we'll write here left is going to be 30 pixels. Then we have top, which is again going to be 30 pixels, and then we have animation is going to be ANI 01 5 seconds, and then we have linear and infinite. Fine. So we are done with this as well. Next thing up, we have to write here dot about section, dot about img, and then we'll write here dot img box, then we'll write here dot img. So we'll write here width is going to be 100%. Then we have display is going to be block, and then we have to write here dot about section, dot about content. Fine, we have to write here flex is going to be 66.66%. Then we have max width is going to be 66.66% again. Then we have padding is going to be 0 and 15 pixels. Next thing up, we have to write here dot about section, dot section title. So we'll write here margin bottom as 30 pixels. Then we have padding as 0, and then we'll write here dot about section, and we'll write here dot about content. So we'll write here dot about content. And then we have to write here P for the paragraph tag. We'll write here font size is 16 pixels. Then we have color, so we'll write here color as it's sort of gray. Then we'll write here line height as 26 pixels, and we have margin is going to be 0 again. Then we'll write here dot about section, dot about content, dot stats, dot stat box. Fine. Now inside this we'll write flex is going to be 0 space 25%. Then we have max width is going to be 25% again. Then we have padding is going to be 0 and 15 pixels again. Then we have to align the text at the center. Then we have margin top, so we'll write here margin top as 30 pixels. Fine. The next thing we have to do is we have to write here dot about section, about content, then we have stats, then we have stat box, and we have to mention the heading as well. We'll write your font size as 40 pixels. Then we have color as black. Then we have margin is going to be 0, 0 and 5 pixels. So we have to copy this from here. Now we have to do the same thing for H5 heading text. So we'll write here H5 instead of H2. So we'll write here font size. So font size is going to be 16 pixels. Then we have color color is going to be gray. Then we have font weight is going to be 600. Then we have text transform. So we'll write here text transform, and text transform is going to be uppercase for this particular heading. Then we have to style the button as well. So we'll write here dot about section, about content. Then we have dot btn. So now inside this we have to write here margin top. Margin top is going to be 30 pixels for this particular button. Save the program because we are done with the about section. Save the program now, move back to the browser, and you can see the about us section over here. So there's something wrong with this particular section. We'll move back to the CSS file and we'll see what's wrong over here. So nothing seems to be wrong over here inside the CSS file. Let's check back at the index file, and here you can see we have to write here about img. Save this HTML file, save the CSS file as well, move back to the browser, and you can see it looks fine now. The about us section looks exactly like this particular section. So we are done with the about us section as well. Now moving further, we have to style the service section now. The service section means this particular section in the HTML file is related to the categories section. So we have to style this particular section now. So for that, what we'll do is we'll write here categories, comment this out, and now we'll write the code for categories. We have used the class for categories as service section. So first of all, we'll write here dot service section, and now we'll write code inside this. So we'll write here padding is going to be 80 pixels and 0. Fine, we are done with this. Now the next thing we have to write here is for the service item, or we can say for the category item. So we'll write here service section, then we'll put a space and we'll write here dot service item. So inside this we'll write flex is going to be 0 space 33.33%. Then we have after flex we have max width. So we'll write here max width as 33.33% again. And then we have padding as well. So we'll write here padding is going to be 15 pixels. And after this we have to mention the inner class as well. So we'll write here service section space service item dash inner. Fine, this is another class. So we'll write here position is going to be relative, and then we have overflow as well. So we'll write here overflow is going to be hidden, and that's it. The next thing we have to write here is service section. So we'll write here service section space service item inner space img. We are going to style the image as well. So we'll write here img width is going to be 100%, and then we have display as well. So we'll write here display as block. Then we have filter. So we'll write here filter as grayscale. Then we have passed the value for grayscale as 100%, and we have transition. So we'll write here transition is going to be all at 0.5 second, and it's going to be ease. Fine. And then we have service section. So we have to mention that we are So what we are doing is we are going to mention the hover thing over here. So if we hover mouse scale over any category or over any image, so what we want is we want to change that image to gray. So we'll write the code for that. We'll write a service section dot service item inner, and then we'll write here hover, and we'll hover over image. So we'll write a img, we'll write a filter as grayscale. We have to pass the value as 0 over here. Then we have transform. So we'll write a transform, we'll write a scale, and we are going to pass the value as 1.1. Fine. Then we have service section, service item inner, and we have overlay as well. So we'll write here overlay. For the overlay class we have used in the HTML part. So inside here we'll write position as absolute, and we have to mention left over here. So we'll write here left as 0. And then we have top as well. We'll write top as 0. Then we have height. So height is going to be 100%. So we'll write here 100%. Then we have width, which is again going to be 100%. Now we are done with height and width. We have to mention the background color as well. So we'll write here background color as RGBA. So we are going to pass the RGBA values. RGBA value is 0, 0, 0, 6. So it's 0.6 over here. It's sort of black in color. Then we have display as flex. And we have to align these items at the center. After this we have to justify content. So we'll write here justify content at the center. Then we have transition. Transition is going to be all at 0.5 seconds and ease. Fine. Now inside here what we'll do is we'll write service section is service item inner. Then we'll write here hover, and we are going to write here dot overlay. Fine. Now we'll write the code inside curly braces. We'll write here background color as transparent. So we'll write here background color as transparent. We are done with this part. Next up we'll write here dot service section space service item inner. Then we have to write here dot overlay. We are going to use the overlay class present inside service item inner, and that service item inner class is present inside service section. So we'll write here h3 for heading 3. Then we have to write here color. Color is going to be white. Then we have font size. So we'll write here font size as 30 pixels. And then we have margin. Margin is going to be 0. Then we have text align. So we'll align this text at the center. And then we have transition. So we'll write here transition. Transition is going to be all at 0.5 seconds and ease. Fine. Then we have to transform the text. We'll write here text transform, and we'll write here capitalize. Next up we'll write here service section space service item inner, and then we have overlay. So we'll write here overlay, and this time we are going to write it for h4 heading. So we'll write here h4, and we have to write here translate. So we'll write here translate. Okay, we have to write here transform actually. So we'll write here transform, and inside this we have to translate it to axis, and we'll write here 30 pixels. Fine. Next up, what we have to do is we have to mention the opacity as well. So we'll write opacity as 0. Fine. So we are done with this categories as well. Save the program, move back to the browser, and here you can see our categories. So the hovering effect is still not working over here. We'll see why this is not working. So let's do one thing. What we'll do is we'll remove the space before hover over here. We'll do the same for this hover as well, and if we have any hover effect again, we'll do it for that. So save it now, move back to the website, and you can see it's working now. So it's working totally fine. If we move back to our original website, you can see we have all these images over here inside the categories section. So it's working totally fine in our website now. Now the next section we have to style is the top rated movies section. So here are our top rated movies. So we have to style this section now. What we'll do is we'll write here, after this, we'll write here in comments, we'll write here top rated. Now we'll write the code for top rated section. So the class is work section. So we'll write here dot work section, and now we have to write the code for this. We'll write here padding. Padding is going to be 80 pixels and 0 and 0. Fine. Now we have to write here dot work section space dot work item. So we'll write here dot work item as well, and then we'll write the code inside curly braces. We'll write here flex. Flex is going to be 0, 0 and 33.33%. Then we have max width. So we'll write here max width as 33.33% again. And now we have padding as well. So we'll write here padding as 15 pixels. Fine. The next thing we have to mention over here is we'll write here work section space work item. So we'll write here work item inner now. So we'll write here work item inner. Then we have to style the images. So we'll write here img. We'll write here width. Width is going to be 100%. Then we have display. Display is going to be block. So we'll write here display as block. Then we have transform. Transform is going to be scale, and the value is going to be 1.1. Then we have transition. Transition is going to be all at 0.5 seconds and ease. Fine. Then we have dot work section. We'll write here dot work item inner. So after this we'll write here hover, and on hovering over the image we have to style it. So we'll write here filter. Filter is going to be grayscale again. So we'll write here grayscale. The value is going to be 100. We'll write here transform, and transform, what we are going to write here is scale as 1. Fine. Now after this, what we have to do is we have to write here dot work section space work item inner, and now what we have to do is we have to write inside it position. Position is going to be relative. Then we have cursor. Cursor is going to be okay. Then we have cursor. Cursor is going to be pointer, and overflow as well. So we are going to write here overflow as hidden. Fine. The next thing we have to write here is dot work section. Inside the work section class we have this work item inner class, and we have to write the code for overlay class as well. So we'll write here overlay. Then we'll write here position as absolute, and left is going to be 0. So we'll write here left as 0. Then we have top as 0. So we'll write here top as 0. Height is going to be 100%. Then we have width as well. So we'll write here width as 100%. Then we have padding. So padding is going to be 15 pixels again. So we'll write here 15 pixels. Display is going to be flex, and then we have align items. So we'll write here align items at the flex end. Then we have transition. So we'll write a transition as all 0.5 second and ease. Fine. Then after transition we have the background color. So we'll write here background color, and the background color is going to be 0,0,0,0.6. Fine. Then we have the opacity. So we'll write here opacity, and opacity is going to be 0 again. We are done with this section as well. Then we'll write here dot work section. Then we have dot work item inner. Then we have hover. So we'll write here hover, and what we are going to do is we are going to write here overlay. So on hovering the overlay section, what we want is we want the opacity to change to 1. So we'll write here opacity as 1. Then we'll write here dot work section again. Then we have dot work item inner, and we'll write here dot overlay. Now we are writing the code for headings, so we'll write here h4 now. Inside this we are going to define the color as white. Then we have font size, so font size is going to be 20 pixels for this. And then we have margin, so margin is going to be 0 again. Then we have transform, so we'll write here transform, and we'll write here translate x. So inside translate x we have to write here 30 pixels. Then we have to mention the transition again, so we'll write here transition all at 0.5 seconds and ease. Fine. Now we are good to go. The next thing we have to write here is the work section. So the work section is here. Then we have to write here work item inner. Then we have to write here hover, and after hover we have to write the code for overlay. Inside overlay we have to write the code for h4 heading. Fine. So we have to write here transform translate x to 0, and we are done with the work section as well. Save the program, move back to the browser, and here you can see we have all the top rated movies working totally fine. We have all these movies over here. The hover effect is working fine. Click on any and it's not responsive as of now because we need to go to the jQuery part for that. So we'll do it later on. Now let's style the Lightbox first now. So we'll write here Lightbox, and we'll write here dot Lightbox. So we'll write here dot Lightbox. Then we have to write here position. Position is going to be fixed, and after position we have to mention the z index. Z index is going to be 1099, and then we have left. Left is going to be 0 again. Then we have top as well. Top is going to be 0. Then we have right as well. Right is going to be 0 again, and we have bottom as 0. Fine. We have to mention the background color. Background color is going to be a little bit darker, so we'll write here RGBA. Instead of 0.6 we'll write here 0.7. Fine. Then we have to mention the display as flex over here, and we have to align the items at the center. So we'll write here align items at the center, justify content at the center. Then we have cursor, so we'll write here cursor. We have to write here zoom out, and then we have display. Display is going to be none. Then we have dot Lightbox dot open. So we'll write here the code. When the Lightbox will open, we'll write here display as flex, and after this we have to write the code for images present inside the Lightbox. So we'll write here Lightbox, and then we have to write here Lightbox img. So we'll write here Lightbox dot img, and then we have so we have to put a dash over here. Now inside this we'll write display as flex, and then we have width. Width is going to be auto. Then we have height. Height again is going to be auto according to the height of the image we have. So we'll write here height as auto. Then we have max width. Max width is going to be 100%. And we have padding as well. We'll write here padding as 40 pixels and 0. Now what we have to do next is we have to write here dot Lightbox dot image box. So we'll write here dot image box. Then we have to write here position as relative and cursor as auto. Fine. So we'll write here auto. Now we are moving ahead and we'll write here Lightbox. So we'll write here Lightbox dot lightbox close we have to write here. So we'll write here lightbox close. Okay, so let's check it once. If we have to write here lightbox open, now we have to write here lightbox close. So inside this, what we are going to do is we are going to write here height is going to be 30 pixels. Then we have width is going to be 30 pixels again, and after this we have the display as block. Now the next thing we have is the position as absolute. So we'll write a position as absolute. Right is going to be 0 again. Then we have top as 10 pixels. After top we have the font size. So we'll write your font size as 30 pixels, and we have the color as white. So we'll write here #FFF 6 times. So we'll write a text align at the center, and we have line height. So we'll write here line height as 26 pixels, and after this we have to write here cursor as zoom out. Fine. Now the next thing we have to mention here is lightbox caption. So we'll use the lightbox caption class. So we'll write here lightbox caption. Now we'll write inside here color is going to be white again. Then we have the font size. So we'll write here font size. Font size is going to be 16 pixels. And we have font weight as 600. So we'll write here font weight as 600. Then we have position as absolute. And after this we have left as 0. So we'll write here left as 0. Then we have bottom as 10 pixels. So we have the bottom as 10 pixels, and we have the display as flex. Then we have justify content. We'll justify content as space between. Fine. So we'll write here space between. Then we have the width as 100%. Fine. Now we'll write here dot lightbox caption, and we'll write here dot lightbox category. So we'll write here category, and now inside this we'll write padding right. Padding right is going to be 50 pixels. So after this what we have to do is we have to write the code for previous and next. So we'll write here dot lightbox. Then we'll write here dot lightbox controls. So we'll write here lightbox controls. Then we'll write here dot priv. So this is another class. We'll copy it, we'll paste it again. Instead of priv we'll write here after, and we'll remove this comma. So not after, we have the class name is next over here. We'll write here next. Position is going to be absolute. Then we have height. Height is going to be calc. So we are calling a function over here 100% minus 80 pixels. Fine. So we'll write here 100% minus 80 pixels. Then we have top as 40 pixels, and we have cursor as pointer. Then we have display as flex, and after display we have to align items at the center. We are good with it. We'll write here lightbox dot lightbox controls. So we'll write here controls. Then we'll use the priv class again. Now we'll write here left. Left is going to be 0. Then we have width. Width is going to be 50%. Then we have to justify content as flex start. Now after this we have to write the code for next as well. So we'll write here dot lightbox space dot lightbox controls. Then we have to write here next. Dot next we have to write here actually. Then we'll write the code inside curly braces for next. We'll write here right is going to be 0. Then we have width is going to be 50% again. And after width we have to justify the content as flex end. We have the padding over here. Padding is going to be for padding right. So we'll write here padding right as 5 pixels. Fine. Next up, we have to set the controls again for previous image and for next image. So we'll write here lightbox controls. Then we have priv. So we'll write here hover on priv. We'll write here img, comma. We'll write the same piece of code for next as well. Now instead of priv, we'll write here next. And we'll remove this comma from here. We'll put curly braces. We'll write here background color. Background color is RGBA, and instead of 0.6 we have 0.5 over here. And I think we are good to go, but we forgot to mention over here some more controls. So we'll write here lightbox space lightbox controls. Then we'll write here priv. Then we'll write here img. Fine. We'll put a comma. We'll copy this from here. We'll paste it here. And now what we'll do is instead of priv, we'll write here next again. And we'll remove this comma off from here. And we'll put curly braces over here. We'll write here width. Width is going to be 30 pixels. Then we have height. Height is going to be 30 pixels again. Then we have padding. So we'll write here padding. Padding is going to be 5 pixel. And we have to mention the border radius as well. So we'll write here border radius is 2 pixels. And we have to write here transition. So transition is going to be all 0.5 seconds. Fine. So we are done with the Lightbox as well. Save the program. Move back to the browser, and you can see the Lightbox isn't available at the moment because we have to write the jQuery part for that. So for now it looks fine. Now the next section we have to work on is the contact section. So we'll write here contact, and now we'll write the code for contact section. Now for contact section, we'll first access the contact section class. So we'll write here contact section, and what we'll do is we'll write here padding. So padding is going to be 80 pixels, and we'll write here 80, 0 and 80 pixels again. Fine. Then after this, what we'll do is we'll write here the code for contact section image. So we'll write here contact section contact img. Now we'll write here flex. So flex is going to be 0,0 space 100%. Then after flex we have the max width. So max width is going to be 100% again. Then we have padding. So we'll write here padding. Padding is going to be 0 and 15 pixels. We are done with the image part as well. Next thing up, we'll write here contact section contact image. Then we'll write here img box. So we are writing the code for image box. Now we'll add the image for contact us page inside this particular box. So what we'll do is we'll write here padding as 200 pixels and 0. Fine. Next up, we'll write here background image. Background image, we have to provide the URL. URL is, we have to write here then we have to access the images folder. So we'll write here images. Then after images we have this contact.png over here. So we'll click on it, and here we have the contact image. Now we'll write over here background size is going to be cover, so we'll write here background size is cover. Then we have the background position is at the center. So we are done with adding the image. Now we'll write here dot contact section, then we have to write here dot section title. Now we have to write here text align, so we'll write here text align at the center, so we have to write here center. Now after this we have to style the h1 tag, so we'll write here dot contact section space section title space h1. So we'll write inside here color as white, so we'll write here this. And then we have to write here contact section, so we have to write here contact section space dot section title. Then we have to write here h1 before. Now after this we have to write here inside background color is going to be white. And then we have left as 50%, so we'll write here left as 50%. And after left we have the margin left as -40, so we'll write here margin left as -40 pixels. And now we'll write the code for contact form, so we'll write here contact section space dot contact form, so we'll write here contact form. Now we'll write inside it flex as 0 space 100%. Then we have max width, so we'll write here max width as 100%. And we have padding as well, so we'll write here padding as 0 pixel and 65 pixels. Now we'll write the code for form tag, so we'll write here dot contact section space dot contact form space dot form. Fine, so we'll write here background color is going to be hash f3 f2 and f1. Then we have the padding over here, we'll write here padding as 55 pixels and 40 pixels. Fine. Now we'll write here margin top, so we'll write here margin top as -150 pixels. And we are done with this part as well. So next up we'll write the code for labels, so we'll write here dot contact section, then we have dot contact form, then we have dot form. Now we have to style the label tag, so we'll write here label, and inside this we'll write color is going to be black. Then we have font weight, so we'll write your font weight as 500. Now the display is going to be block and the margin is going to be 0, 0 and 5 pixels. Fine. Next up we'll write here dot contact section, then we'll write here dot contact form, then we'll write here dot form, and after this we'll write here dot input group, so we'll write here input group, and inside this we have to write flex is going to be 0 space 100%. Then we have max width, so max width is going to be 100%. And we have padding as well, so we'll write here padding as 0 and 15 pixels. And then we have to mention the margin bottom is going to be 30 pixels. Then we have dot contact section dot contact form space dot form dot input group, then we have to write here left. Fine. We'll put a comma over here. We'll do the same thing for right group as well, so we'll paste it over here. Now we'll write here right instead of left. Now we'll put curly braces, and inside here we'll write flex. Flex is going to be 0 space 0 space 50%. Then we have max width. Max width is going to be 50%. Now we'll write here dot contact section dot contact form, and then we have dot form. Then we have input control, so we'll write here input control. We'll write here width. Width is going to be 100%. And after width we have the height over here, so we'll write here height as 45 pixels. We have padding over here. We'll write here padding as 6 pixels space 0 pixels. Then we have color is going to be black. Then we have the font size, so font size is going to be 16 pixels. And we have background color as transparent, so we'll write here background color as transparent. Then we have border as none, and we have border bottom as well, so we'll write here border bottom as 1 pixels solid, and the color is going to be hash off-white kind of. Then we'll write here dot contact section dot contact form dot input control. Then we have to write here focus. We have to write here outline. Outline is going to be none. Then we have to write here again, so we'll write here dot contact section dot contact form. Then we have to write here form space form button. So we are writing the code from font. So we are writing the code for form button now. So we'll write here form button, and we have to align the text at the center for this. Fine. Next up we have to write the code for contact info. So we'll write here contact section dot contact info. Now we have to write the code for this. We'll write here flex as 0, 0 and 100%. Fine. We'll write max width over here, so max width is going to be 100%. Then we have dot contact section, and we have contact info, so we'll write here contact info. Then we have info item. Fine, so we'll write here info item, and now inside curly braces we have to write here flex. Flex is going to be 0 space 0 space 33.33%. Then we have max width. Max width is going to be 33.33% again. Then we have to write here text align. Text align at the center. Then we have to write here padding. Padding is going to be 0 and 15 pixels. Then we have margin bottom. Margin bottom is going to be 40 pixels. Then we'll write here dot contact section dot contact info. Then we'll write here dot info item, and we have to write here h5. Fine. We'll write here font size is 16 pixels. We have to write here font weight. Font weight is going to be 600. Then we have to write here margin. Margin is going to be 0 again. Now what we'll do is we'll write here dot contact section. We have to write here dot social links. So we'll write here dot social links. We have to mention flex over here as well. We'll write here flex as 0, 0 and 100%. Then we have max width is going to be 100%. Then we have padding, so we'll write here padding is going to be 0 and 15 pixels. Then we have text align at the center. Now we'll write here dot contact section. Then we have to write here dot social links. Then we have to write here A and img. Fine. So we are basically accessing the anchor tag first. So we'll access the anchor tag first, then we'll access the img tag. So we'll write here A for now. We'll write here text decoration. So we'll write here text decoration. Text decoration is going to be none. Display is going to be inline block. So we'll write here inline block. Then we have margin. Margin is going to be 0 pixel and 5 pixels. Fine. Then we have to write here dot contact section dot social links space A space img. Now we are accessing the image present inside the anchor tag. We'll write here width as 28 pixels. Reducing the size of our images, we'll write here display as block. So we'll write here display as block. We'll write here transition. Transition is going to be all at 0.5 seconds and ease. Fine. Now we have to write here dot contact section. Then we have to write here dot social links. Then we have to write here A on hovering over the image basically. So we'll write here hover img. And we'll change the opacity now. We'll write here opacity as 0.5. And we are done with this contact section as well. Now we are left with the copyright section and the responsiveness of a website. So let's check it once, save the program, move back to the browser, and here you can see it looks fine now, right? So the contact us thing is working fine. Now if we move back to the actual website, you can see the image is not present over here properly. So the image is not over here. What we have to do is we have to move back and we have to check what mistake we did over here. So nothing seems to be wrong here, but there's a mistake in our program. Let's move back to the HTML part and we'll see. Okay, we have mentioned the class name wrong here. So we have to write a contact img, save the program now, save the CSS file as well once again. Move back here and you can see it's working fine now. So this is our website. The contact us is working totally fine. We have 3 placeholders over here. We have a text area basically for message. We have a name, email and phone number. So these icons are also working fine. On hovering over them you can see them working. The address, phone and email is also fine. Now we have to work on this footer part. We have to work on this 2022 Movie Mania copyright part. So we'll move back to the CSS file and we'll write here dot copyright. And we'll write the code for copyright as well. We'll write here border top. So border top is going to be 1 pixel, solid, and of this color. We'll write here C5, C5, C5. Fine, gray color sort of. Then we'll write here padding. Padding is going to be 25 pixels and 15 pixels. Then we have text align at the center. We'll write here text align at the center. And we have color as well. Color is going to be black or gray, right? Gray it is. So we'll write here font size. Font size is going to be 16 pixels again. Save the program, move back to the browser, and you can see it's working fine now. You can see it over here. The copyright area is working fine now. So we are done with the website basically. Now the only thing left here is for the responsiveness. Now the only thing left here is the responsiveness of our website. So we have to write the code for that as well. So we'll mention it over here first. we'll write here responsiveness and we'll comment it out. Now we'll start with @media, then we'll define the width. So we'll write here min width. Min width is 768 pixels. So we'll write here 768 pixels. And now we have to write here dot header dot nav, and we have to write here inside this display. Display is going to be block. Important, we have to mention it over here. Now the next thing we have to do is we have to write after this @media, and the min width is going to be 767 pixels. We have to write here dot header, then we'll write here padding. Padding is going to be 7 pixels and 0. Then we'll write here position. Position is going to be fixed. Then we'll write here dot header dot nav toggle, and we'll write here display. Display is going to be flex. We'll write here margin right. Margin right is going to be 15 pixels. Now we have to write here after this dot header dot nav. Now inside this we have to write flex. Flex is going to be 0, 0 and 100%. We are done with flex. We have to write here max width. Max width is going to be 100%. Then we have background color. Background color is going to be white. So we'll write here this. Then we have padding. So we'll write here padding as 0. And then we have display as none. And then we'll write here dot header again. Then we'll write here dot fixed. Then we'll write here dot nav. Fine. Now we'll define the border top. So we'll write here border top as 1 pixel, solid in nature and of this color, gray color basically, right? Then we have dot header. We have to write the code for UL and LI now. So we'll write here dot header dot nav, then we'll write a UL, LI, and now we'll style them. So we'll write here display. Display is going to be block. Then we'll write here margin right. So we'll write here margin right. Margin right is going to be 25 pixels. And we have to mention here dot header space dot fixed space dot nav. Then we have UL, LI, A. Then we'll put a comma and we'll write here dot header. Then we'll write here dot nav, UL, LI and A. Now inside here we'll write color. So we'll write here color, and color is going to be black. Then we'll write here padding. Padding is going to be 15 pixels and 0. So we are done with this as well. Now we have to style the home section for this particular screen size. So we'll write here dot home section, and we'll write here dot home content. Then we have to write here h1. Heading is going to change. The font size is going to change to 40 pixels now. Then we have to do the same thing for about section. So we'll write here about section. Then we'll write here about image. Image is also going to change. We'll write here margin bottom. Margin bottom is going to be 30 pixels. Then we have to write here about section dot about content, then we'll put a comma, we'll write here dot about section again, then we'll write here dot about img. So we'll write here about img. We have to mention flex over here. Flex is going to be 0, 0 and 100%. Then we have the max width. Max width is going to be 100%. And after this we have to write here dot work section. So we'll write here work section, then we'll write here dot work item. We'll do the same for service section and service item as well. We'll write here service section dot service item, and we'll change the flex over here. We'll write here flex, and we'll write here 0, 0 and 50%. Fine. We'll change the width as well. We'll write here max width, and the max width is going to be 50% now. And we are good to go with that. Now we have to do the same thing for 575 pixels as well. So we'll do it for 575. We'll write here @media, and we'll write here inside this max width. Max width is going to be 575 pixels, and we'll put curly braces over here. We'll write here dot home section, then we have dot home content, so we'll write here home content. Then we have the h1 tag, so we'll write here h1. We'll write here font size. Font size is going to be 25 pixels. And then we have letter spacing, so we'll write here letter spacing as 5 pixels. Then we have the about section, so we'll write here about section space about content space stats. Then we have stat box as well, so we'll write here stats and stat box both. We'll write here flex. Flex is going to be 0, 0 and 50%. Then we have to write here max width. Max width is going to be 50%. And after this we have to do the same thing for contact section, work section and service section. So basically for contact section, categories and top rated movies. So we'll write here contact section, then we'll write here contact info, then we'll write here info item. Now after a comma we'll write here dot contact section again, then we'll access dot contact form, then we'll access dot form, then we'll access input group left. Fine, we'll write here input group left, and we'll do the same thing for right input group as well. So we'll write here input group right, then we'll write here dot work section, and we'll write here dot work item. Then we have to do the same thing for service section as well. We'll write here dot service section dot service item. Now we'll write inside curly braces. We'll define the flex over here. Flex is going to be 0, 0 and 100%. And max width as well. Max width is going to be 100% again. Then we have contact section again. We'll use contact form from here, and we'll define the padding for this part. We'll write here padding as 0 pixels and 35 pixels. Fine. Then we'll write here dot contact section dot contact form, and then we'll write here dot form, and we'll define the padding for this one as well. Padding is going to be 55 pixels and 5 pixels for this one. Now we are done with this. Styling of the website is done now. Save the program, move back to the browser, and you can see the styling is almost done. There's something which is not correct over here. So it's not working correctly as of now. We'll see what wrong we did over here. There's nothing wrong over here. So let's save it once again and we'll see if this thing works again or not. Move back to the website. So the website is doing good over here. And reduce the size and it's working fine now. You can see we have this website and it's working totally fine as of now. So we are done with styling our website. That's all what we need to do with styling. Now the last remaining thing here is to add responsiveness to this website. That we'll do with the help of jQuery and jQuery UI. You can see the website seems beautiful as of now, and let's do the remaining part quickly as well. Let's move on to the JavaScript file. So this is a JavaScript file and we'll write the remaining code here only. So here we are in the JavaScript file. Before we move on further, let's discuss all things we need to do on our website to make it look more interactive to the user. The first thing we need to do is to add the preloader to our website. A small animation will take place before the website opens. The next thing we have to do is to make the web page workable for smaller windows. Here, if I show you this thing in the website itself, if we move back to the original website, you can see on zooming out the Chrome browser, you can see the website adjusts itself according to the size of the browser. The navigation menu is changed to burger menu and the layout of the whole website is changed accordingly. Some more changes we need to make are related to fixed header, smooth scrolling to all the links, Lightbox, and the dialog box on button click. That's all we'll do for this particular website. Let's start the code for the preloader. So what we'll do is we'll write here let index is equals to 0 and we'll write here const total work items. Fine. So we'll write here total work items and we'll access them. So we'll write here $. We'll write here the class name. So the class name is work item. So we'll write here work item dot length. Fine. We'll need this part of code later on. So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write here $. Then we'll write here window dot on. We are going to use the load event. So we'll write here load comma function. So we'll create a function. Now inside this function, what we'll do is inside the body of this function, we'll write $. We'll access the preloader class. So we'll write here dot preloader. Then we'll write here add class. So we'll add a class over here. We'll add classes loaded. We have already written the CSS part for this loaded class. Now we are done with this part. Save the program and we'll open this website with live server again, and you can see the preloader is not here as of now. We'll move back to the CSS part. We have commented it out so that it will be easy for us to work on the other CSS parts. So we'll remove this comment from here. We'll paste it here. Fine. Save the program now. Save the JS file as well. So here you can see we have the preloader over here. Now, the next thing we need to do is we need to write the code for nav toggle. So we'll write here $. Again, we'll write here document. Then we'll use the ready function. So we'll write here ready. Then we'll write here function. So what we'll do is we'll keep all this code inside document.ready function. So we'll paste it over here first, save it now. Let's see if this thing works or not. So here you can see the preloader is, we are getting it again and again. So it's not stopping as of now. What we'll do next is we'll move back to the JavaScript file and we'll write the code again here. Now, what we'll do here is we'll write here the code for nav toggle. So we'll write here $. Then we are going to access the nav toggle class. We'll write here nav toggle. Then we'll write here click. Then we'll write here function. and inside the body of this function we'll write dollar, we'll write dot header space dot nav. We are going to access two different classes. Then we'll write here slide toggle. Fine. So we'll use the slide toggle function from jQuery. Then after this, what we'll do is we'll write here dollar. Then we'll again access these two classes along with the anchor tag. So we'll write here dot header. Then we have dot nav. Then we'll access the anchor tag as well. Then we'll write here dot click. We'll create a function for this. We'll write here function. And now what we'll do is we'll write here if. We'll write here dollar. Then we'll write inside this window dot width. And if the width is going to be less than 768, what will happen is the header and the navigation bar will toggle. They will slide toggle again. So we'll write here dot header dot nav. Then we'll write here dot slide toggle again. We'll call the slide toggle method once again here. So we are done with this part. Save the program. For now what we'll do is we'll save the CSS file and the index file as well. We'll access this with live server again, and here we are in the website. Reduce the size and you can see the slide toggle method is working totally fine. We have about, we have this categories section over here, we have top rated, and we have contact. So each section is working according to our need. So the website is working totally fine as of now. The next thing we have to write here inside a JavaScript file is for the fixed header. So what we'll do is we'll write a comment over here. We'll write fixed header because we are going to write the code for fixed header now. So we'll write here dollar. Then we'll use the whole window. Then we'll write here scroll. We'll create a function over here. Now inside this function, now inside the body of this function, basically what we'll do is we'll write a if dollar. Then we'll use this dot scroll top. So we have to write a scroll top, and this is a method. So we'll write here if scroll top is greater than 100. What will happen is we'll write here dollar. Then we'll again access the header. So we'll write here header, and we'll write here add class. So we are going to add the fixed class over here. We'll write here fixed, and we'll write the code for else part as well. Fine. So we'll write here else. What happen inside the else block is going to be dollar. Then we have to write here inside this dot header. Then we have to write here dot remove class, and we have to remove the fixed class. Fine. So we are done with this part as well. We are done with the fixed header part. Move back to the website, and you can see the header is fixed now. So you can see the header is over here in all the pages. So it's working totally fine as of now. Now let's move ahead, and now we'll write the code for smooth scrolling to all the links. Fine. So we'll write here dollar. We'll access the anchor tag. So we'll write here A inside double inverted commas. Then we'll write here on. We are going to use the click event. We'll write here click. We'll create a function again. We'll write here function. Now inside the body of this function, what we have to do is we have to make sure that this dot hash has a value before overriding default behavior. So if we write here if, then we have to write here this dot hash not equals to and we have to put a space over here. Then inside this we have to prevent the default anchor click behavior. We'll write here event dot prevent default. So this is a predefined function. Now what we'll do is we'll store the value of hash inside a variable. So let's say we are using the var hash. Now we'll write here is equals to this dot hash. Now we have the hash variable present inside hash. So we have the value of hash basically present inside the hash variable. Now we'll use jQuery's animate method to add smooth page scroll. So the optional number, which is 800, it specifies the number of milliseconds it takes to scroll to the specified area. So for that, what we'll do is we'll write here $. We'll write here HTML comma body. So we are going to use these two tags. Then we'll write here animate. So inside this animate function, what we have to do is we have to define the properties as well. So we'll write here scroll top. Scroll top is going to be $. Then we have to access hash over here. Then we'll write here offset. We have to call this offset method. We'll write here dot top. Fine. Now we have to pass the timer as well. So we'll write here 800 in milliseconds, and we have to create another function over here inside this function. Now inside this function, we'll use hash to URL when done scrolling. So default click behavior basically. So we'll write here window dot location dot hash. Fine, is equals to hash. Okay, so we have to write here function. So the spelling mistake we have over here. So we are done with this. The if statement ends over here. Now what we have to do next is we have to set Lightbox image max height. So for that, what we'll do is we'll write here, we'll take a constant, we'll write here const w height. So let's say this is a variable, we'll write here $. Then we'll access the whole window. We'll write here dot window. Then we'll write here dot height, and we'll call this method. Then we'll write here $. We'll access the Lightbox image class. So we'll write here dot Lightbox image. So we'll write here Lightbox dot image. We'll use the CSS property. So we'll write here dot CSS. Then we'll write here max height. So we'll write here max height, and we'll write here w height plus pixels. Fine, so we'll write here pixels inside double inverted commas. Now we have to do this for Lightbox as well. So we'll write here after this $ again. We'll write here dot work item. So basically we are taking the top rated movies, the inner part from them. So we'll write here dot inner. Then we'll write here dot click. We'll create a function for this. So we'll write here function. Now inside the body of this function, what we have to do is we have to write here index. Index is going to be $ this dot parent. And inside here we'll mention the work item class. So we'll write here work item. Then we'll write here dot index. And in the next line we'll write here $ Lightbox again. So we'll write here $.lightbox. Then we'll write here dot add class. So we'll add the open class over here. So we'll write here dot open. and we have to call a method now. So we'll write here $slidebox slideshow, and we are good to go with it. In the next line, what we have to do is we have to write the code for previous and next buttons. So we'll write here $. We are going to access the Lightbox prev class. So we'll write here .lightbox.prev. Then we'll write here .click. On clicking the button, what we have to do is we have to call a function. We'll write here function. Now inside the body of this function, we'll write here if index is equals to 0, then what will happen is we'll write here index is equals to total work items minus 1. So we'll write here total work items minus 1. So we have taken this variable initially. If you can see here, the initial value of this items was the length of the work items. So we'll mention it over here. Now we have to mention the else part as well. We'll write here else, and inside this we'll write index minus minus. Fine. Now after this, what we have to do is we have to call the Lightbox slideshow method again, and we are done with the previous part. Now we have to do the same thing for the next part. So we'll write here $lightbox, and then we'll access the next class. Then we'll write here .click. We'll call a function. We'll create this function. Now inside the body of this function, we'll write if index is equals to total work items minus 1, then index is going to be 0, and we'll write the else part as well. We'll write here else, and inside else we'll increase the value of index. We'll write here index plus plus, and once again we are going to call this Lightbox slideshow method over here. Fine. Now we are done with these two parts. What we have to do is we have to close the Lightbox as well. So we are going to write the code for that now. We'll write here $. We'll write here Lightbox. Then we'll use the Lightbox close class over here. We'll write here .click. We'll create a function for this, and inside here we'll write $. We are going to remove this class. Basically we are going to remove this open class. So we'll write here .lightbox.remove class. Which class we are going to remove is the open class. Fine. So what we want to do next is we want to close the Lightbox when clicked outside of the image box as well. So we'll write the code for that part as well. We'll write here $. Then we'll write here Lightbox. We'll write here .click. We'll write here function. We are going to create an event now. So we'll write here event. Now inside the body of this function, we'll write if $event .target has class Lightbox. So we'll write here .lightbox. We have to create the body. So we'll write here $this remove class. We are again going to remove the class as open. So we are done with this as well. Now the next part is to create the function Lightbox slideshow. Fine. So for that we'll write here function Lightbox slideshow. This is going to be a function and we are going to create it. We'll write here const imgsrc is equals to $. We'll write here work item. So we'll write here work item Then we'll write here dot eq index. So basically we are taking the index, we are going to find the image. We'll write here dot find. We'll write img inside this, and then we'll write attribute over here. So we'll write attribute. Attribute is data large. Fine. So we'll write here data large, and then we have to take another constant. So we'll write here const category. Category is going to be $. Then we have to access the work item class again. So we'll write here work item. Then we'll do the same thing again. We'll write here dot eq index. Then we'll write here dot find. Now inside find we have to mention h4 over here. Then we have to write HTML. Fine. Now after this, what we have to do is we have to write here $. Then we have to write here dot lightbox img dot attribute. So we'll write here dot attr. Then we are going to write here src comma image source. So we'll write here img src now. Fine. The next thing we have to do is we have to write here $. We are again going to access the Lightbox category. So we'll write here Lightbox category. Then we'll write here dot HTML category. And after this we have to write here $. Dot Lightbox counter. Fine. We'll write here dot HTML. Now inside this we'll write here total work items plus, and we are going to write here plus index plus 1. Fine. So we are done with this part as well. We are done with the Lightbox part. Now the last thing remaining is the dialog box on button click. So let's check it out if this thing is working or not. Save the program, move back to the website, click on any movie, and you can see the top rated movie section is working fine. The Lightbox is working fine basically. Click on out of it and you can see it's working fine. Click on the image, you can see the image changing. Click on the cross over here, you can see the Lightbox closing. It's working totally fine. One thing which is not working over here is on clicking outside of this image, the Lightbox is not closing. So what we have to do is we have to remove this dot from here, save it now, move back to the website, click on any image, click outside the image, and you can see it's working totally fine now. Fine, we are done with the Lightbox. Now the last thing remaining is the dialog box. Fine, so let's write the code for dialog box as well. We'll write here after this $. So we have to access the button, so the button ID is button. Then we'll write here dot click. We are going to create a function. We are going to use jQuery UI for this. You can add more interactions, or we can say more widgets to this, but for now we are going to use the dialog box widget. So we are going to write here $. Then we are going to write here hash dialog, and then we'll write here dot dialog. We'll pass open over here, then that's it. Fine. Now the next thing we have to do is to write here $. Then we are going to access the dialog box again. We are going to write here dot dialog again. So we are going to write here dot dialog. Now we have to define the properties of this dialog box widget. So we are going to write here title. Title is going to be thank you for contacting. Then we have close on escape property. So we'll write here close on escape, we'll write here false. For close on escape, then we have model as well. So we'll write here model as true. Fine. We'll do one more thing. We'll set the auto open property to false for now. We'll write here auto open and we'll write here false. Fine. So here we are done with the website. Save the program and let's do one thing. Let's open this whole thing again with live server and we'll see if our website is working. So you can see the preloader thing is working now. Fine. And we have this about us section. We have the categories section for our movies. It's all working totally fine. Then we have the top rated movies over here. It's working fine as well. Then we have the contact us section over here. We'll write a name over here again. We'll write here Kaushal. Email is going to be kaushal@gmail.com. Then we'll write some message over here. We'll write thank you, send message, and you can see it says thank you for contacting. We'll get back to you soon. Don't forget to check your email. So this thing is also working fine. The title is thank you for contacting. If we try to click on any of these placeholders now, you can see we are not able to do it because of the model property. So the website is working totally fine. All the icons and everything is working fine. If we reduce the size of our browser, you can see the burger menu as well. It's working fine as well. And it looks good, right? So I hope you guys understood what we learned in today's tutorial. I want you guys to add some more functionality to this website on your own using jQuery and jQuery UI. What you guys can do is you guys can add widgets, interactions, theme customizations, and many more things, right? Let us know in the comments if you have any questions. And with that, we have come to the end of this tutorial. If you guys feel that we have missed out on some important topics that we were supposed to cover in this tutorial, then please feel free to drop them down in the comment section below and we'll have your questions answered. If you guys like this video, then do give it a thumbs up. Please comment your doubts below, share it with your friends, and don't forget to subscribe SimpliCode. Thank you.